Welcome to Lancer episode 11. Uh, this episode is titled Postmortem. If you've been following on our Lancer adventures so far, you will know that we've had a little bit of a discovery. I think we're going to call that, right, guys?
I mean, sure, battle zombies. We don't really know.
Yeah, okay. So last episode was Phantom.
It counts.
Is this 11 or 12? It's day 12, but episode 11. Okay.
Yeah. Because we had
This one
an
goes to
extra
11.
day.
Yes.
We had a two-parter in there.
I feel like you just do that to be confusing.
It's not my fault. You guys made one stretch an extra day because you had that bonus day. We got
How's
that
that
bonus day.
not your fault? Like I don't.
It's not my fault. Like I'm just.
Bonuses are supposed to be good.
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, sure, whatever. Yeah. So, last episode was Phantom. You guys discovered last episode that one of the Lancer pilots that supposedly died during the first major battle of Manning's Cross is actually alive, or supposedly someone claiming to be is actually alive. Your initial research has proven that for all discernible purposes, this is in fact who they say they are. But of course, all you have to go with is stories and an audio recording. That's been about a day since you guys did this. So let's get caught up with where you guys are right now.
Already?
Yeah. So what's happened since is you have a new roommate in your team dorm.
We've had.
Now she can redecorate. She's official.
Yeah, you have officially a new roommate. Like you've had someone that's sort of been slumming it, but it was not really on the books, as it were, is how we'll describe that. Romy has just sort of been hanging out, which is weird because actually Romy had a place to stay. They just chose to stay with you. But
Right.
as of yesterday, Romy has officially been transferred over full time to your team, which doesn't really mean much other than the fact that Romy now lives there for real.
Does Romy still have that other place to stay? I want a secret hideout.
No,
That sounds cool.
No,
you've been
lost
transferred.
them.
You've been transferred, so you're moving your stuff into your new dorm.
I
Effectively,
can just kind of bum it there now.
you can for a little while, technically, but you do have to move your stuff out. So that's sort of what's been going on the last day, for the most part. Like, you guys got to take a break. Whatever you guys want to do is whatever you guys want to do. It's not really a downtime. It doesn't quite long enough to warrant a downtime action. But effectively, Romy is now moving in, and you guys have sort of
Pitched in and helped.
did you? I don't know.
No.
That doesn't sound like the team that I know.
I mean, Al might have. The rest of us.
Al's better than dressing up like a wrench, I guess.
I mean, this is true. This is definitely true. But what exactly have you guys been doing?
So did we decide that Slice could have been Kat's mentor?
Yes, that was actually agreed on. That that's reasonable.
So can Kat have sent her an email about the situation and being like, did you know Deadshot does this concern you that this is happening?
Sure, that could be what you did.
Because I feel like that's what she would do. Because she's like, you fought in these battles.
Yeah,
what do you
that's a reasonable thing to
what should
do.
we
So
do?
you reach out to your mentor and you're like, hey, this person that supposedly died and that supposedly you were in like, it wasn't quite a war, but like it got pretty close, right? Like
Yeah.
it was a serious engagement. Yeah, you reach out to her and you're like, oh, so this person who, whether or not, like, I'm assuming you attach the audio recording that you get as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
You're like, so supposedly this person is who they say they are.
Because I feel like Slice would have just hacked into Kat's files if she didn't. So I think Kat would have just been like, yo,
She's
up
like, save
front.
you the effort. Just here you go. Whatever, have fun. Yeah, so you send her the email. Let's say you do it before you go to bed. You guys wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
Romy's moving in. You're waiting for her response. Harker and Al, what did you guys do for your night of weird rest and recovery?
Al basically just went ahead and did normal post routine, cleaned up, you know had dinner, and then basically just scanned whatever news he could find based off of the previous conflict that the person who we were supposedly fighting was part of, like any types of stories on this group of people who were sent to fight the Duke, etc., etc.
Yeah, sure.
And basically just made mental notes and is trying to figure out what the next move is, because he's never been much of a planner, but he's trying to maybe contribute a little bit more to the planning on what's next, if they can even plan on a next step for this, because he knows that they're kind of company dogs.
Kimchi, you can actually look in the handout section of O20 to see all the information that was dug up on who was in the Hero of the Cross battle,
Yeah,
so that you
so
know who we're referring to.
the names that came up that are relevant in your research were the Duke, who is still alive. He's a lancer jockey, or retired lancer jockey. He no longer does this for sport. He retired shortly after the final battle of Manning's Cross. His team was made up of Deadshot, Bulwark, Control, and Skirmish. According to the Duke, the team of 5 fought against Masahiro Musashi. Duke's recounting of story doesn't quite line up with um, the Masahiro Musashi that you've encountered, right? Like you guys had a run with him, and his version basically accuses Masahiro Musashi of being a coward, relying on an army of soldiers to protect him. The only reason that Musashi won is because the overwhelming numbers overwhelming his compatriots. Obviously, the one encounter that you guys had, Masahiro Musashi is not the kind of guy that struck you as someone that was a coward or reliant on surrounding himself with other soldiers. Whether or not that necessarily makes his account of events wrong is certainly debatable. Obviously, as the sole survivor, there's a certain amount of expected embellishment to make him look good. Like that's pretty reasonable, but either way, his version of the story is unreliable. Unfortunately, because he is retired and he no longer lives on Wayfar, you do not have immediate access to him to sort of follow up on what the actual events were. Also, realistically, you kind of figure even if you did, he'd probably rehash the same story to you anyway.
And then we'd have to punch him and just look bad.
So yeah,
Right.
that's
punching heroes to other people generally doesn't go well.
Yeah, that's generally probably not a good idea. So that's what you sort of missed at the end of the last session. It was more or less
But
just
Kat
like
would have either like
story.
filled Hawker. I don't know when Hawker got in because I know he hadn't returned yet.
Yeah.
But Kat would have either like sent him an email with all this information, or
It does actually raise the question. So like Harker got mad and he left. What happened after he left?
He went out, like just flat out left the whole area and went down into the city and probably found a bar somewhere.
Okay.
Probably was at least savvy enough to grab his proso collar, so he's not just, walking around very recognizable.
I mean, yeah, it's probably
Just in
a
case.
smart thing to do. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know.
He has maybe a few enemies in
No.
the town.
No.
Just a couple.
Was he roaming?
So he probably stayed out pretty late. And probably didn't come back until like early morning hours, and probably just went straight into his quarters and closed the door.
Okay.
Very non-social for
Yeah.
once.
So you come back. You kind of just brush past Romy, who's like moving boxes by herself.
In my drum set that they didn't know I had.
Sure, it's fine. You're dragging in a drum
one
set.
of your explosives is gonna go horribly wrong in your room. soon.
Yeah, a lot of beeping boxes.
Yeah, you kind of push past Romy, who is by herself, moving in way more stuff than you would have figured someone should have in these cramped, like Spartan barracks. But
Who's
you
like
know,
a traveler too.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I
But-
feel like oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, but Romy never really quite made sense. So like at the same time, meh, seems about right.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like he would disappear in his room maybe for like half an hour, and then he would come back out, and when he does, he seems like he's completely normal, like completely back to himself.
mask on.
Yep, and he's back to his charm, and he goes and asks Romy if she needs help moving boxes.
Remy's not one to gift help in the mouth.
It's like, and when I finish helping with you move these boxes, I should show you all these cool gadgets in the kitchen, like
Ooh.
Oh god.
garlic presses.
From what we've discovered, apparently you punish the garlic by putting it in here and you crush it to death. It's the execution of the garlic.
Well, no, because like didn't Hawker spend one of his downtimes actually researching shit?
I think he might have.
No,
It's like the opposite of a sarcophagus for garlic.
Yeah.
it wasn't like a downtime. It was like an actual downtime action. It was just like sort of in between stuff. He was,
Yeah, but like you did. You spent like
yeah.
he actually bothered to learn what they did.
Hey,
Definitely
Romy has a
learned
+2
something
in cooking.
too.
Between the two of them, they might.
Actually,
They
make
might-
something edible.
They might actually know what garlic is between the two of them. Because that was apparently an issue.
Kat knows
Listen.
what stuff is. She doesn't know how to cook. She's just like, I could pull up a video. Like,
Romy doesn't really understand why you would need to crush powdered garlic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Al's research into like, were you researching the battle, the whole like conflict, the individual people? What specifically were you looking for?
So the battle, I started with the battle. Al started with the battle, but a lot of the news outlets kind of were reporting, it's the same story rehashed. So I figured I'd look more into the people and kind of see where they came from, and see if they specifically in any interviews gave different accounts of what happened, and just trying to figure out more about how other folks have viewed Masashi, because the Duke's account, kind of fishy based on what we've all seen ourselves. So just trying to
he's
see.
scary as hell all by himself.
Right.
Well, I will I'll let you know. no one counters the Duke's story, because anyone who was at that battle that wasn't the Duke is dead, supposedly. Um, and
Was Musashi in any of the battles before that?
so, yeah, I'm getting to that.
Right.
Okay. Sorry, I
That's
didn't
what I
mean
was
to-
kind of looking for potentially.
In terms of like the Duke's specific telling of the story, as it were, no one really countered him because no one was there to really be like, no, that doesn't sound right. In terms of like other people's experiences with Musashi, no one's explicitly denying that because very few people have ever had like a one-on-one encounter with Musashi. Generally speaking, at the Battle of Manning's Cross, conflicts were very rarely skirmishes. Generally, it was the Blade Cult being the aggressors, so they were actively assaulting. And as a result of that, small scale skirmishes didn't really happen. It was generally like all out warfare. So any
Right.
conflicts involving Musashi would have been like him commanding forces. So in that regard, it doesn't contradict the Duke's story because again, he would have been surrounded by people because he would have been leading like an attack. Their particular incident where they were challenging him themselves was one of the very few instances where Eden actively like forced the counterattack. It was like a counter operation. So it was sort of unique in the sense that like they not had done anything like that prior. They were mostly on the defensive. The final battle of Manning's Cross was sort of like their Hail Mary effort because they were losing the battle to try to rout Musashi and halt his ability to command the rest of the Blade Cult.
Okay.
So what you're saying is the last time anyone saw Musashi alone, the entire team except one died. Except for us.
And again, according to his story, he wasn't alone. Which again,
Right, but I mean, like,
made certain degree of sense because like he's leading
but
the
the last
battle,
time
but
anyone
yeah.
remembered like being like face to face with him, as opposed to being like, which he says they won't, but he was still like a major part of that battle.
Yeah.
So we didn't fight him, but we're essentially the last like combatants to like be on a field of battle with him since then. But,
As
like,
far as
on this planet,
anybody on Wayfar is concerned, you have been the first person to like directly encounter Masahiro Musashi in about, I think I said 30 years. I think
yeah.
30 years.
So, and no one else has seen him
Correct.
as far as the good side of non-Blade
I'm sorry, it wasn't
Cult.
30 years, it's 20 years ago.
Yeah, and no one else has seen him. Like, there's been no reports of him being seen.
Correct.
Okay.
Again,
After
20 years sounds like a long time, but this is also
it's not really. I mean,
it's
that's literally 2000. Like, that's
it is also not that weird in the sense that don't forget this is a time where like space travel is a thing and relativistic speeds are going to affect your perception of time. So 20 years on Wayfar may not be 20 years for him.
mhm.
And that's sort of one of the tricky things about like space.
Well, and clones, they happen, can change things too. Like, you
Generally,
don't know if you.
clones don't quite. I mean, you could presumably be like
They
a
couldn't,
younger
like,
clone. But that's not something that normally
like,
happens.
it just seems like yeah, but it just seems like that's something that like rich people could set up.
Yeah, you could. Like, it's reasonable.
Like, I imagine there'd be a point where the brain literally can't handle it anymore.
Sure.
But like,
Yeah, but in terms of like 20 years, especially from a guy
Like-
who's supposedly, mercenarying across the known galaxy, 20 years is
mhm.
probably not 20 years for him, right? Like, whatever. Yeah. So the last time anyone has supposedly run into Masahiro Musashi one-on-one was the ending of the 3-month Battle of Manning's Cross, and that took place about 20 years ago.
So what you're saying is that space feels like 2020 does to all of us.
Sure.
You can't tell time at all.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go with that.
The amount of time that passes is relativistic to your proximity to heavenly bodies and the speed that you're going.
Yeah, space travel kind of messes with your perception of time. A lot.
I can imagine. Okay.
So for, the Duke, it was the most important day of his life. For Masahiro Musashi, it was just a Tuesday.
I must have, wow, he couldn't even remember the day of the week. He's like, whatever. Okay.
I will give you so many bison dollars to never repeat that again.
I will I will not apologize for that reference, and you can't make me feel bad for it.
If I was in your shoes, I would have made the same reference. So, to be fair,
yeah.
Yeah, like you totally would have.
So you guys are, catching up on whatever you're doing in the morning. You're probably getting breakfast. Bromy is moving in. She's getting help for once from Harker. I guess Harker's choosing to be a team player on this one, even though everyone's like, "Oh God, I want nothing to do with that room. I want to go nowhere near it."
I mean, Cash just kind of like, we've been letting her stay in that room anyway. Like, I'm not gonna help her move in. Like, what?
That's fair.
I was surprised she doesn't already have all of her shit in there, anyways.
Yeah, like that's the Cash can be like, where did the rest of this crap come from?
What is Kat doing this morning?
She's probably still fairly sequestered away. Like, she would have sent an email to Haka with all of the like information. She definitely would not. She would have like probably mentioned to Al that she had a contact she could, message to see what they could find out the night before. But she's not. She is not. There's no way she's admitting a mentorship type thing. Like that it's actually anything close.
You say that, but like while you're there thinking that, someone walks into your barracks.
Oh, God.
It is this older woman who is dressed like she's coming out of like a nightclub. She's wearing like bright colors splashed across black. Her hair is dyed like what you could imagine that like in black lights is probably like neon bright, but just looks kind of weird, in like normal lighting. She has like this sour disposition. Like she's not happy. But she doesn't seem to be unhappy about anything in particular. It's just like her perpetual state of being is just dissatisfied.
Like Kat's like, look, I could be much worse.
And she just like blows past everybody. And she just goes like straight into the kitchen, like she owns the place. And she just like goes right to the fridge and just like pops it open and just like grabs a drink.
Yeah. Did Haka ever drink the gin that Kat left on the counter for him?
Well, no, because he hasn't been to the kitchen. He went to his room.
Like
and then
Kat's
he went
gonna
to her
kind of
room.
like just have immediately like, as soon as it happens, she's not gonna say a damn thing, and she's just gonna go. She's gonna go down the gin that she brought Haka.
Yeah, that's fair. So this woman who is going through your fridge, like,
I mean, he's had a lot of alcohol as it is, so he's good.
I don't know how many people even notice that this has just happened other than Kat, but like she is in the fridge and like she seems to be helping herself to whatever's in there, And like a couple minutes, not even like a minute or so later, she has like gotten herself basically like a drink and like a snack. Like she's put together like a sandwich and a drink, and she just like plops herself down at the desk, in the kitchen, and she's just looking at Kat while she's like eating the sandwich, like she's expecting something.
Kat would just like, you could have just emailed back.
She kind of like is staring at you, and like she has like the sandwich in her hand that has like a bite, like a couple bites taken out of it, and she sort of gestures at like the fact that she's in your barracks as a response to your statement.
Al is standing very still, as if this new addition, this new presence, is a velociraptor and is trying not to engage any type of attention and just staring.
Like you guys can kind of understand that the implication of you could have just sent an email, and that the unspoken retort was basically, yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to prove I can be in here.
Yeah.
Like
Right,
that
like,
that was the whole point.
Al is aware that there's some kind of thing going on between those two, and is just kind of there for the ride now. He was ready to do stuff, but now he realizes it's better off just to sit back.
He's just like, oh shit, what's going on?
As a bit of like a backstory for anyone who's just now tuning in, or like for the players who aren't familiar, one of the things that is unique about Holland is that Holland is one of the few things that Kat can't really hack.
Yeah.
So she had to properly come into this facility. She had to properly get access to this facility in order to facilitate her like infiltration and backhacking. This person has basically just walked in and is like, yeah, and
like she did not get proper.
no,
She just
she's just here eating a sandwich, and she's just staring at Kat expectantly, like something is supposed to happen.
So Kat would like awkwardly, like she still has some of the gin left. She hasn't downed it entirely, but she did take a big drink of it. Kind of like awkwardly slinks over to the table and sits down. And like she's actually being kind of like grumpy, almost teenager-ish. She's like, and she kind of like just mutters, "Well, can I get you something to drink?" You know, like because she's just like she doesn't even know how to react to this herself.
Like you offer, right? Presumably, like you genuinely offer, like, would you like a drink?
No, she was being sarcastic because she already got herself.
I know, like you say that, like you say that, like the words come out of your mouth, like understandably, like it is very clearly like not genuine, but like you offer, and then like this woman just like pauses and she finishes chewing and she swallows and she goes, "Well, you're a little late for that."
And that's where Kat just finishes her drink.
And so she takes a sip out of her drink, which surprisingly is not alcoholic.
Yeah, no, Kat's is. Kat.
Yeah, she's very calm. No. It should be noted that like she's eating a sandwich. It is the morning. She's not eating breakfast. You kind of have to wonder if like she has any semblance of like what the time is at all. She probably doesn't.
It looks like a nightclub.
Yeah, it looks like she absolutely just like came out of a club and is just now here. Like 100%. Like she was probably clubbing and like just showed up. So she like, she takes a sip of her drink, she puts it down, and she goes, "Yeah, that seems like the genuine article." And like she pauses and she thinks about it and she goes, "They chose me money."
Yeah, she's like, well, I would be happy to pass that message along, but we think she's with the Blade Call now.
Well, she owes a lot of people money, so I guess that makes sense.
Kat would kind of give Al like this panicked look, like, to try to get him to come sit down, like just sort of like, join us, save me.
Al, having had this, connection as they've been piloting together for a while now, just immediately like In as much as a large man can scurry, he scurries over to the table and sits on the side of the table, sort of between them, and clears his throat. He goes, "Hi, I'm Al," and he holds out his hand in the awkward way that he normally does.
She kind of gestures at you with the sandwich. Like that's her greeting. Like she just sort of like waves the sandwich at you, and she goes, "I know who you are."
Al's hand is up there for like another half a second, and then he just kind of slowly lowers it down and laces his fingers together, elbows on the table, and just kind of, like watching a tennis match, just kind of flits his gaze between both of them. Like, okay. Like, not sure what to do in this
What are
case.
Harker and Wilmy doing right now? Because they were moving in.
Yeah, they were moving boxes. I don't know where they left off with that.
Well, where did they leave? Like
Yeah,
that is the question at the moment, I think.
because like she probably just like walked straight past them as they were moving in.
Oh,
boxes.
absolutely. She absolutely
Remy was
walked right
carrying a
past
really
them.
big box she didn't see.
Okay, so Romy's still
That's
moving.
the sound system.
Yeah, though I guess she could go in the refrigerator and look for her spoiled lunch meat that she was about to throw away.
Yeah, it's still there.
Look.
I mean, I'm assuming Harker saw her walk by.
Yeah, he probably would have eventually, like, moseyed in to be like, who's this person? But he probably walked in and got himself a drink and kind of like stayed to lean against the counter, sort of out of the way to see how things are going right now.
So you're leaning, you're watching. There's a woman eating a sandwich. Al looks like a deer in a headlight, and Kat just looks positively mortified.
Al just has so many questions that he's not sure where to start, honestly.
Like the Cat's just like, yeah, this is where you guys see Cat completely taken off guard.
You see her take another bite of her sandwich, and she looks at Kat like there's like a long, hard look, and then she looks over at Harker. And she's chewing her sandwich, and then like she takes another bite and just like like this long, awkward stare at Harker before she looks back over to Bray or Kat, and she goes, "So how come you didn't take his money?"
I mean, he doesn't have that much, but she can if she wants, I guess.
She just go like, I don't take teammates' money, like mostly.
She
Not entirely
she
true.
kind of stares at you and goes, "No, I taught you
Al
better
checks his
than
bank
that."
account.
Oh God.
He sighs with relief. There's still nothing in it.
She's like, I have been using that for other purposes, not my teammate.
She shakes her head and goes, "I shouldn't have taught you anything."
God. Cat's just like continuing to be mortified and look like a humiliated teenager who's
His mom
almost
showed up.
like whose like eccentric aunt just showed up, but like the aunt that raised her type deal, not like just like a distant aunt.
So this woman, like, she's basically finishing up her sandwich, and like she kind of dusts her hands off, and she takes another. She like finishes her drink. She puts the glass down, and she goes, "So you found them, right?"
Wait, found what? Them or
Yeah, she goes, "You found them, right?"
she's like, you mean the satellite or whatever they're on? No.
She kind of like looks at you, and she's like, "Well, why not?"
And Kat just looks like I've been trying, but I can't narrow down the lead. There's a lot of spaceships up
So
there.
she like sighs.
Like she's like Kat's getting increasingly like more humiliated. Like her voice actually kind of does crack, and she sounds like ashamed.
So,
And like
so like this woman like sighs. Like she looks genuinely just like disappointed. She just like sighs and she's like, what? She's like, she didn't say anything, but
Kat's shoulders like slump at the side,
but she
and like so you guys are all seeing like chastised.
so like she taps the desk, like the community desk, like your TV entertainment desk, and like she taps it, and like the display lights up, like the TV kicks on, and then just like everything turns red, and then just like the entire display dissolves and is replaced by like, as far as you can tell, a really complicated looking like interface of some sort. And she like taps it a couple times, and then you realize that like what you're actually looking at is like a planetary display, like the kind that they would have in like the control center of like Eden. It's basically showing you the entire like planetary traffic going on in real time. And so like, you know, she reaches up, she taps the display a bunch of times, and like a bunch of things different like start highlighting. And like as she taps it, like parts of the display start disappearing. And like the display zooms out of the planet and starts moving into the orbit. And you can see like all of the like the debris fields and the maps and the satellites. And then she's tapping things. You start seeing like lines intersecting between these points. And you start to realize that like these individual points are like control satellites that Eden is like in charge of, that are like monitoring the planetary data. And it forms like this big web around the planet. And you notice that in this web there's like small gaps where the debris fields are. And like as she's tapping, she starts moving things, and you realize that she's actually moving in real time the satellites in the orbit of the planet. And like as she does, the web like around the planet changes, and like she's basically scanning through all of the debris fields using a link between all of the satellites in the planet at the moment. And eventually you see like a light up. There's like an unknown thing sitting in one of the debris fields that she has basically just now like coordinated in the planetary orbit. And she gestures and goes, well, there's your mystery station.
And
Al is
Kat,
absolutely fascinated, but has no idea what's going on.
Kat would have been like watching everything super close, like trying to pick up anything she can. She would have been like, can we figure out who they're communicating with to have an idea of like a base, triangulating a base on planet?
I mean, she like she looks at you like kind of like with a curious look on her face, and she goes, are you asking me to do your job?
Kat's gonna kind of look into it. She's like, I was just musing out loud. I will handle it. Thank you.
It looks really intrigued by this whole exchange.
She kind of gets up and picks up her glass and heads back to the fridge to get more of whatever she's drinking. And as she does so, she just goes, well, I'll leave it to you then.
Kat's gonna kind of give it like an awkward sigh and with the back of her, thank you. You know, like, and she's being sincere, but she's really awkward at the moment.
So presumably you start working on that.
Yes.
This woman who is still absolutely not introduced herself at all to anybody walks over to Harker and just kind of looks at him and like takes a sip of her glass and just kind of stares at him like across the glass as she does so. She just stares for like a good solid like 2 minutes, just not saying a word, just eyeing him. And then she just kind of comments, she goes, I mean, I appreciate what you're doing. I don't think it suits you, but okay. And then just walks away and sits back down at the table.
Just kind of says, you know, I'm assuming he says, seems obvious that you know who I am. I would assume so anyway, given that you seem close with Kat. Might we know your name?
She kind of pauses and she looks at Harker and she contemplates what he has just asked her. Like you could see it turning in her head. And she looks at him and goes, might we know yours?
Oh.
He just kind of smiles and he says, I go by Harker now.
She kind of takes a sip of her drink and she goes, the Lancer Guild calls me Slice.
He kind of lifts his glass a little bit and like a little toast, and he just gives her a nod and takes a sip of his own drink.
You hear a large crash and a bunch of cymbals and stuff just coming from Rumi's direction.
And Kat just keeps walking directly through the large crash, like she's just so used to Wilbur being a nuisance at this point. It's nope,
It
One of
doesn't
the
even
symbols-
phase her.
One of
nope.
the cymbals hit the floor and it does that thing where it goes whoop, 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 forever until it like actually comes to a stop. That lasts for about 30 seconds.
Al is glancing over in the direction of Romeo's room and desperately wants to go see what's going on in there, but remains firmly planted at the table.
So the woman who you now know as Slice calmly looks over at Kat, who would you like to give me a hack and fix roll?
Sure, but I'm not to blame if she does badly because she's like freaked out right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just say. I don't know if she has that accuracy, though the goblin is in her room, but
Nah, you're still good even without it.
yeah.
Yeah, so she looks at you, and like, right as she looks at you, you just finished what you're doing, and she's about to say something, like, as the screen display changes, and she closes her mouth, and she taps on the screen, like, just immediately taking over whatever you're doing. And
Like- And Kat almost objects, but then she closes her mouth because she's like, she just knows better. Like she's just like, no, nope.
and you know, the work that you've done now takes effect, and she brings it up, and you see that like the view has switched over to the mystery satellite, which you are sort of discovering is now through your research. It is in fact a station, a fairly large station actually, one that definitely should have been noticed by way far sooner and the Eden government, except for the fact that it is like nestled in the middle of like a serious debris field. In fact, you actually kind of wonder if Slice didn't do whatever the heck it was that she had done if anyone would have seen it. But you can see that, like, there's sort of interconnected lines to some various points on the planet. And she goes, well, it looks like they've gotten a bigger foothold than the government thinks they do. And she taps the display, and a couple more blips pop up. And you can see that, like, there's about a dozen points connected to this mysterious satellite. And only about 4 of them are marked on the overlay. And you realize that those 4 points coincide with bases that Eden is aware of being Blade Cult bases. So there are about 8 bases that, or at least outposts or something, right? Like, you don't have the specifics.
Mhm.
There are at least 8 things that this satellite is communicating with that Eden was not aware of up until this point.
I mean, Eden is technically still not, right?
Well, you're effectively using their systems at this moment. Which,
So we're revealing it to them.
yeah, so somewhere in Eden, there's a guy freaking out as all this is going on because you're doing this in real time on one of their stations.
Like the helpful hackers.
Those trajectories. Oh my god! Wait, what is that?
Like,
It's like a movie, you know, that
like I should point out again that I said she was moving the satellites in real time. The satellites that are in orbit that have other jobs that they're supposed to be doing, she was moving. So, like, yeah, like, Kat would be very aware that what she is doing is, like, grossly show-offy. To the point that, like, she doesn't care that someone is aware that she's doing it.
Kat would just kind of look up and she'd be just like, man, I kind of wish I could see the look on their face.
And sure enough, like, as you say that, like, you can see that, like, their database of, like, mapped points is updating, and some of those other marked points are, like, being added to their database, like, as you're staring at it.
What is everyone else doing?
Harker's just looking impressed, I think.
I'm assuming Al is also just kind of staring like, what is going on?
Al, yeah, is basically just like, I can't help or hurt anything right now with this, so I'm just going to make sure that I'm as still as possible. And if I have to, I can snap into action. But it seems like things are going our way, but he's waiting for, stuff.
Kat would just like casually like explain for Al's benefit or whatever. Those 8 of those locations Eden did not know about on the planet. So it turns out they knew about 1/3 of the blood cult place. Blade cult. Blood cult. Wow. Blood for the blood cult.
Skulls for the
Blade
skull
cult.
cult.
The blade cult base.
Okay, so Al nods and is like, so are they aware now? Because I don't think, are those Holland satellites? Or just Eden? Like, I know my, as a person.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking. You double checking.
But Al is just like trying to fill in the information for himself because he's been doe-eyed.
She would have been like, those are Eden's satellites. And
he
she's
nods.
like, so they're completely aware of that they were just.
Slice chimes in and is very helpful and goes, well, I mean, if you want, I could also take the Holland ones too.
Al shakes his head and puts his hands up. It's like, no, that's okay. That's fine. This is fine. This is fun.
That's when Kat though would turn and like start like analyzing the field and like try to like pick out how much Holland has up there.
It is not currently up on the display. When she refined it out, like on the initial pass, like she filtered those out. So like in terms of like the display, you'd actually have to be like poking through it to try to figure out that information.
Yeah, could she like poke? Could she like draw it back?
Yeah.
Like considering it's like was a trace, like that's what Kat would do like on a separate, not like the huge display because obviously like everyone's looking at the huge display. Like on a separate
yeah,
display, she would like pull back to kind of like be like I want to know how much Holland is
yeah.
actually.
So you can do that. You can do that and give me a hack and fix for that. Okay.
Can I see that?
I mean, it's still a 20.
Yeah.
It's still 20. So yeah, you pull it up. Overall, there's about 52 Eden satellites of various use. In terms of like major satellites, they have a few small like weather satellites and things that she didn't bother like pulling up on because they're not useful for whatever she's doing. And in contrast, Holland has about 87 of them. You notice that about 30 of them are actually like regular satellites, like for like communications and monitoring and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
The remaining 57 of them are actually military satellites. They're being used for like high-powered like monitoring and like maintaining data. Like they're secure, like Holland only use. Like they provide nothing to the planetary network at all.
Okay, so how many were there in total?
There are 87 total satellites. 57 of them are like military grade, like Holland observation recording data. Like they're purely Holland. They contribute nothing to the planetary network.
Okay.
So only 30 of them are actually helping like in any capacity to the planet.
Is there any effort, like when she was looking, was there any effort to keep those more low key, or are they just like openly there?
Nope. They're just there. Holland is not hiding the fact that they are doing like very little to support the planetary network.
Okay.
Like there are other companies that also have satellites. None are anywhere near that many. Like the vast majority of them maybe have like 10, 20 satellites, if that. And mostly they're just like observing like, their regular routes of patrol or whatever. Like Holland has an overwhelming like observational investment on the planet. Like they are aware basically what's going on anywhere on the planet and in orbit. Holland itself probably could have identified the station if they felt like it. Like there's not a doubt in your mind that if Holland cared, they could have found it.
Uh-oh.
And then sort of as you're making this observation, you notice that your screen suddenly flickers and like there's like an emoji face with like, the finger like hushing to the mouth. And you hear Slice go, "Well, that's peeking."
Kat would just kind of like give her this indignant look. She's like, "So what?"
She kind of just gives you a look and she goes, "That's fair."
It's like, like you're not working for Holland. I'm happy to be the one lying in a bed of vipers.
And then, like, after she says that, you see her, like, pull something from her wrist, and you realize that, like, it's some sort of, like, the best way to describe it, it's some sort of, like, chip or card. You're not really sure where she produced it from, but, like, she pulls it out, and she taps it on the display, and there's a slight pause, and then you hear, like, static, and you realize she's opened the communication, and rather nonchalantly, Slice just goes, "Narissa, I know you can hear me. Pick up the damn phone." And there's, like, another pause of, like, static, and finally you hear someone on either side that you recognize as the person who presented themselves as Deadshot. And they sound exasperated. They're just like, "What do you want?"
Al's eyes widen and his hands clench into fists, and he is just staring
And Slice
because
just,
he recognizes the voice.
yeah, and Slice is just very, very calm, like, just like she's just having a conversation. She goes, "Well, 1, you owe me money. 2, you're not dead. And 3, you shot at somebody that I'd rather you didn't shoot at."
You hear Romy just go, "Yeah," from the background.
She's just been eavesdropping this entire time.
And you hear Deadshot just go, "Okay, I paid you back. Lay off." And at which point, before she can say anything else, Slice just goes, "No, you didn't pay me back. That was the other time." And there's, like, this bickering for about, like, 5 minutes of them arguing, like, who paid who back. Before finally Deadshot just like, "Forget it. I paid you back. It's not important." And Slice goes, "Okay. You're not
Carol's just
dead."
like, that's still the other 2 points.
It's like, "You're not dead." And Deadshot kind of pauses on that one. And she goes, "Well, I never said that I was."
Hmm.
It's in your name.
And Slice considers that, and she goes, "You didn't correct anybody." And the tone in Deadshot's voice, like, she was having fun for a little bit. Like, she was familiar with Slice, as they were kind of bickering. Like, they were arguing, but, like, you could tell that, like, they were, like, bickering like friends would bicker. Um, but when that comment gets made, you can see her tone shift rather significantly, and she grows a little bit more serious and a little bit more stern. And she goes, "They wouldn't care either way."
Kat's just gonna like look confused at that. She's like, what?
Slice actually gives that comment some consideration. Like, she knows what she means, but doesn't quite agree. And she goes, "All right. I respect that you made a stupid choice. But you still shot at somebody I didn't want you to shoot. And that's not okay." Deadshot pauses again. You can hear her like shifting around, so like she's doing something while she's talking. And like you hear something like bang on the ground, like she set something heavy down. And she goes, "A job's a job. You know I'd shoot you if you got in the way too." And
He
then
doesn't actually say that out loud.
what?
So Hooker does not actually say that out loud.
And there's a short pause, and she goes, "And I mean it. Don't get involved. Don't call here again." And she hangs up.
Cat kind of is just gonna look exasperated after she hangs up. And like, it's not even the getting shot out. I mind it. It's the dimension destroying, sucking souls thing that they were doing. She's like, because that looked unpleasant.
I mean, Slice kind of looks at you, and she goes, "Well, I mean, dead is dead."
No, that's where those clone machines.
She kind of looks at you, and she goes, "And I imagine that you had such faith in those machines too, right?"
Cat's just gonna nonchalantly look away. And she's like, I have a little more faith in them now.
She kind of looks and goes, "Well, after the work that you put in on it, I would hope so."
And Cat's just gonna kind of like, yeah, shrug, and like actually just not looking at anyone else. And this is anyways, but she's just like, obviously, like I want to avoid dying at all, but I object to like we were hearing people's screams after they were dead. The whole ghost thing is not on my radar of things I want to experience.
You see her actually get a little bit more serious, and she kind of looks Cat straight in the eye, and she goes, "Kid, you haven't been off this world a lot, so I understand that you're sort of used to how things work here, suck as they do. But the fact that there is cloning is a luxury on this planet. We're on the frontier. What you're thinking is an expected only matters in the core."
Cat's, runs a hand through her hair, like kind of frustrated, and just be like, I'm not naive. I know that. But the fact is, we are on this planet, and there's certain guidelines you at least expect on this planet. And changing the game up now is a bit obnoxious.
She just sort of shrugs, and she responds by going, "Well, that's where we disagree."
Cat's just gonna hella look. She's like, you never liked things being unexpected either.
She nods and she goes, "Yeah, but I'm a lot better at making things change the way I wanted them to. You'll get there."
Like if Cat was an actual cat, that's the point where like you'd see like her fur kind of ruffle up and like the desire to like hiss at someone. But she resists like showing too much of that. But she's clearly gotten ruffled and riled and
You actually see her smirk in response to that response, like your response to that. And she just kind of like reaches over and like pats Cat on the head like a little child. And she goes, "It's so easy to get you every single time."
Cat just looks stunned for a moment and then mortified and like she's kind of this mix of like this is familiar and it is like, like it's nostalgic for her, but she's doing this in front of everybody else who she's made this reputation of like being kind of scary and tough too. So like she's completely not sure how to respond. And then she does mutter for the sake of everyone else. She's my teacher. I'm sure you guys have already figured that out.
Al nods pretty much and goes, I figured it was something like that.
Like, or past lover or something. I don't know what's going on.
Al's just relieved it's not an enemy.
Are you sure of that, though?
Yeah, like she's not an enemy right this second, probably.
Not getting malicious vibes from her. Like, if anything, she's helped, but have also maybe put us in a more dangerous situation. So, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other at this point.
You see Slice.
Romy is being really suspiciously quiet.
It's a fair point.
She's dragging a giant, like comically giant bag that just says swag on the side of it through the hall.
You see,
And she's struggling a lot with it.
You see Slice stand up, and she picks up her glass and she walks it over to the sink and like places it down. Doesn't bother washing it. That's beneath her. She's at least kind enough to put it in the sink.
Yeah.
And she kind of looks you guys over, and then she turns her attention to Kat, and she kind of just shrugs again, like she rolls her shoulder, and she just goes, well, you've gotten yourself in a little bit of a pickle, but you heard the lady. I'm not getting shot today, so I guess you gotta report to your masters today. Good luck with that. And she walks out.
And Kat would just kind of like give an exasperated sigh and annoyed that like they got called masters. Not consider them a master.
Al looks at Kat and goes, so, Slice did a whole bunch of stuff on our terminal. And now I guess we have to talk to
Like,
the dude.
Kat would almost look confused. She'd be like, what point are you? You think she did any of that in the way that they would be able to see where it came from?
Al looks at her and kind of like winces a little bit and goes, I know that she was your teacher and I wasn't getting malicious vibes from her, but I don't trust anybody that just shows up.
And like, Kat would be like, you shouldn't, but her pride as a hacker would not.
So as you're having this conversation, you see the display on your desk flicker. It goes red again. And you see this big emoji with like a hushed finger gesture show up. And then the display just like flickers out. And then you realize that the table has shut down.
Just
So-
from my point of reference, does it normally just shut down?
No, it's normally
We're
just
not
on
using it?
and waiting.
Okay. All right, so Al just looks at it and then looks back at Kat and goes,
Kat would be like, that's what they'll notice. They might notice that like something happened here, but they're not gonna have a clue what the fuck happened here. It's like, because she's just gonna say very matter of factly, like Slice doesn't get caught.
And how many people have gotten caught in Slice's wake?
Like that's
I
something
was just super paranoid.
she's gonna be like, she's like, there's always casualties, but you just heard that she didn't want me shot, so I don't know why you think she would actually like bring attention to me. In that sense, like, like that she's like, it, like all she did was hack the satellites. It wasn't a big deal. And yeah, she did. It was just like it wasn't a big deal.
It was just another
Al
day.
relaxes a little bit, but he's like, "All right, I trust you, but
She's like, it's like Kat's obvious perspective on this is in terms of Slice. Like what she did was a big deal, but for Slice, it was not a big deal. Like sort of just like almost as if you were talking about a mafia boss and like killing one person when like you're used to them like doing elaborate like kills, that sort of thing. No, it doesn't. This one doesn't.
It's like Don Corneo pushed this guy down the stairs. He scraped his knee. It's like, that's so terrible. It's like, yes, that's terrible.
Yeah, like,
Absolutely.
Al just nods and goes, "All right." But you can see him glancing at the door every now
like
and then.
Cash is gonna like look at the table grumpily and just like, man, I need to up my game. Is Harker just like silent this entire time?
He's been listening
I feel like
and kind
Harker
of like
was.
commenting occasionally, but for the most part, he's probably trying to figure out how she knew who he was, because like even though she's obviously a hacker, like those records aren't even supposed to exist, so that's kind of curious to him.
She's like, that's the answer to everything.
For records to be deleted, somebody had to delete them.
Oh snap!
And so Cash just like probably contact Barnett.
Are you going to?
Before this goes on, I, as a person, know that something's up with the whole Harker thing. I would like to just do a read a situation roll to see if Al becomes at all a little more suspicious about Harker at this point
Sure.
as a
I
character.
mean, he is pretty shady.
Yeah, no, he's totally shady.
But like Al's always been like wary of him, but I just want to know if I have to redo my tier list here. So I'd like to mechanically just do this, if you don't mind,
Go for it.
as a quick thing. Yes, no.
Yeah?
Okay.
I mean, I said go for it.
Okay.
Oh, I think you went out on that one.
Did I? Yeah. That's
Yeah.
weird. Okay.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear you.
All right.
So I would say he's probably definitely more suspicious of Harker. And
Slice did
but
go, would you like to share us your name? You know, like she's like,
well,
pretty
the
was-
way that she worded it, it could have been taken either way. But
Yeah.
I think Al is just now starting to put together a couple of different threads here, and
mm,
but he's not going to make any waves because he has no reason to really, truly think that Harker is against them. But he knows that Harker already has several targets on him, basically. So he's going to be wary.
well, I mean, Kat's pretty much known Harker wasn't who he said he was from the beginning. She didn't know the details. Well, I mean, like he well, he didn't actually say who he was, and that was what she was noting. But she's not like, she's just totally fine with it. She's just used to people not being, having reasons to hide who they are.
Right.
And yeah, and Kat has noticed that like how at ease he was with rich people stuff, and she's just like, little suspicious.
Right.
It's fine.
Okay.
Anyways, that's all I wanted to do.
Yeah.
So Kat's gonna call out like, Romy, are you almost done yet?
Probably not.
No.
Okay, well you can stay here then.
Wait, where are you going?
You're not done yet.
I'm done enough.
Just a pile of boxes outside.
Just boxes all over the common area.
We're gonna have to report to Barnett about there just being like a weird thing in with our table.
Our table sorted out. I'm not really sure what happened.
Like Kat's not sure what they saw on the outside. So she's just like, I have no idea what they saw, and that's probably what we're gonna have to explain.
Remy has no idea what anybody's even talking about.
You heard the conversation. She shouted,
Nope.
yeah.
All she heard was that she was mad that somebody got shot, and Romy thought she meant her because she's the first person that got shot. So she threw in her 2 cents.
I mean, you could think that. You're certainly entitled to think that.
Yeah, she didn't hear otherwise, so she still thinks this weird person that she doesn't know cares about her, and she's like really happy about
God.
that.
Romy sounds so sad. She's like, the woman who makes worm skin jackets is my friend because I didn't make an enemy out of her.
Romy's existence is a very strange and unusual one, so we'll just go with that.
Well, when you're a traveler, your friends are your family, so she's not used to having friends that aren't family, so she's still trying to feel all that stuff out.
So she's like, or we could just wait till Barnett contacts us about it. But he might be a little bit annoyed if we do that.
Is Barnett even going to be the one that reaches out to us? Isn't there like tech staff or something here?
Kat's gonna tilt her head slightly as she actually considers what Al says. Like, he has not put on the official file that I know how to hack, which means he'd probably be annoyed at this and would probably not be making it like public if he avoid
Do you want me to physically break it? Al says.
it.
I mean,
Like,
it would somehow be less suspicious, maybe? You can like almost smell the gears turning in his head, trying to figure out how to remedy this.
Kat would just be like, probably make you pay for it.
Al's like, yeah, probably.
Because that's been the history trend. We tend
I'll
to give
remember
it
it's the last time he had to raise extra money and shudders at the thought of putting on
being
that
a wrench.
very ill-fitting wrench suit. Just way too tight.
So Kat would casually not well casually, we would like very politely contact Barnett's secretary requesting a meeting if Barnett has time.
There's like a please hold kind of like situation, and takes about a minute before they get back to you and be like, yeah, we can schedule you in today. There's a appointment in about an hour.
I'll be like, that'll be fine. Thank you.
So you schedule your appointment. Um, you know, this whole conversation and all that since Slice left has maybe been like 10-15 minutes. And as you get off that call, you hear someone like knocking against the frame of your door, which is still open, by the way, because Romy has just left it wide open. um, and you hear someone shout like from down from outside, like "Hello."
She left her drone at the door at least. That's what's holding it open. Not that it's on guard mode or anything. It's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah. So again,
Wait, so we know how long they were standing there?
yeah, it's been about like 10-15 minutes since Slice left.
Like, Cat kind of gives Haku this look.
The what?
Just gives him this look like, you go answer it. Like, turn your home.
Harker puts down his cup and goes to see who it is.
Yeah, so you step out toward the door. There's a guy standing outside. He's like in a Holland jumpsuit. He's got like a cap on. His ID badge just says Paul on it. He goes, "Yeah, you reported a problem with your entertainment station, right?"
Harker first makes a note of the guy's name tag and greets him by name. And then says, "Yeah, it's over this way." And puts him into the table.
Yeah. So Paul follows Harker into the building. He just kind of steps around Romy's clutter. Kind of politely nods to everybody as he passes, like the polite gesture to like Romy in a room, like smile and a nod. And he goes to the table and like he taps on it, and sure enough, it's dead. And he's just like, huh. And he like lifts his cap and like adjusts it and just like kind of like swivels it around, and he just like starts working on the table. And he's just a polite guy. He kind of like starts making small talk. He's just like, yeah, that's weird. These things they don't usually short out. What are you guys doing?
Harker just looks at Cat. Goes back to sipping his drink.
Bray is AFK, so she can't answer.
Well,
If this was
it's gonna be a
any
long look.
other campaign, my character would just be like, it was just porn. There's lots of porn. We were
Beer pong and porn.
because
That's
apparently it's a
terrible.
college frat.
That's terrible. So I assume you guys make up some sort of story about how it was nothing. You were just using it and it died. Right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, between all of us, I would imagine that Cat would have a better explanation for things, but
Why?
the character of Cat would have a better explanation. But given to his own devices, Al would probably just be like, "We're trying to play games and trying to connect up to the service, and it started to, make some weird noises, and then all of a sudden it was gone."
So that's the story you go with. And the tech kind of goes, "Huh. That's weird. That doesn't sound right, but yeah, sure, whatever." Um Bray's in chat though, and she says virus.
Virus? Okay.
But you
So
went
we
with
were trying to play some games, and a virus got loaded onto
no,
it.
not too late. You went with games, and
Damn.
and that's the story you went with apparently.
Hit it
And
with a Wiimote.
and he's just like, okay, yeah, sure, that's weird. And he goes poking around in the machine. He kind of like pops open the panel and it's like, oh yeah, you guys had a real bad short here. It's weird. Normally they're not supposed to get that much of a current going through them, so something must have busted. he kind of like fiddles and goes, "Yeah, I don't have the part on me to fix this, but yeah, I get this fixed for you guys today." Kind of, pulls
Romy
himself.
probably has one in one of her boxes.
He pulls himself out from under the table and goes, "Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be in and out within like an hour. It's fine. You guys, He kind of looks and goes like, I guess just leave the door open. I'll be back." And he just kind of wanders out.
Romy doesn't trust him at all.
Any particular reason?
He's too nice and chatty. And he was in our panels. He was planting bugs.
Sure. You can go with that. Are you gonna go with that?
I mean,
Yep, she's giving him the side eye as he leaves.
You give everybody the side eye.
She didn't give him the 2 fingers and the point, though.
Fair.
no mayonnaise hand, so that's a plus, I guess.
Well, she hasn't gotten mayonnaise in her hands yet. She's moving.
Maybe she's moving a lot of mayonnaise.
I hope not.
Maybe
5
one of the
gallon.
things is a 5-gallon, the industrial container.
That's open, and she's just shoving her hand into it. Yeah, I guess.
How is she gonna train? A bowl of rice?
Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah. So what are you guys gonna do? You have about an hour to kill. There's a tech who's gonna be coming and going, and you got a meeting with the boss man.
But that meeting's in like an hour, anyways.
Yeah. You don't have to
So,
do anything.
around the
So like the hour can just pass uneventfully, but you have the time. What would you like to do?
Romy wants to poke at the table and see if he did anything suspicious.
I mean, you poke at it, nothing happens because it's a dead table. That's sort of
We'll
the
poke
whole
around inside it.
point.
Al leans down and just talks to Romy while she's doing that, and it's like, you do know that if he did anything, he's going to be back in an hour, and he'll see that we removed whatever he did if he did anything, right?
Yeah, but if we see that he did something and leave it, then we can know he did something, and he'll know he did something, and then we can all know that he did something.
But how do we even know that he did something?
We'll see something that
Do you know what this
doesn't
looks like
belong.
when it's unmodified?
No, but it looks. Something could be shinier than something else.
Is
I guess what we really need.
Is that what you can go with based on it's something shinier than something else?
Well, I imagine a bug would look like a bug, or some weird. I don't know. She'd just look for something weird in there.
We have technology now that makes modified ATMs look like regular ass ATMs.
I mean, you could 3D print a part that just sits on top of the ATM that looks like the ATM part.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what she's basically doing the equivalent of tugging on parts of it to see if it's a fake ATM front.
like
Christ.
that's one of the most basic like ATM hacks where they just 3D print a fake like
Yeah, but
scanner
you
that
can
sits on top of
usually
the
just pull it right
card
off.
scanner. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what? You're just pulling on everything. So you're just pulling random crap out of
Yeah,
your electronic
She's
table.
looking for any. She knows what 3D printed parts look like.
Well, unfortunately, you are in a time where everything is
Everything's
3D
3D
printed.
Jesus.
Your mechs are 3D printed.
Not her mech.
That's true, actually.
But just as a general point of fact, mechs are 3D printed. They're fabricated.
Well, she still thinks she can see if something's out of sorts.
Okay, roll me a spot check. With a disadvantage.
Since she has no idea what she's actually looking for. What kind of disadvantage? Just a -1?
Yeah.
So it's a D20 -1.
It's a
Okay, sorry, back.
welcome back. You're just
We're
doing
about to break the table more.
I was just yielding to my true master, okay?
You're,
The rabbit.
you're doing a grit check with a difficulty of 1.
Okay. I'm not sure how to roll that.
On your character sheet, there's a grit button, and then
Oh,
you're just
yeah,
adding a
the grit.
difficulty
Okay,
of
your
one.
character's not sure how to do anything she's doing right now anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know how much you were listening to, like on your phone.
I was listening to it all on my phone. I mean, there's like a minute in between because of the minute lag streaming, but
sure. Yeah, so you just start like pulling random things out of the table because you're like, huh, this is suspicious. This looks too new. You rip it out. This also looks new. And then like after about like 5 things, you realize this is a new
Cat would've-
table.
Kat would have gone back to her room, so she did not like after the guy checked it, she was like, "Oh, okay." So she would have gone back to her room to double check a few things. So she is not seeing this part.
But on the plus side, it probably helps explain why the table was broken in the first place.
So which part is the suspicious one, is the question.
See, you pulled them off based on what looked new. And unfortunately, everything looks new because this is actually a new table.
Well, yeah, now I'm going to look at the parts that I pulled out and decide which one's the suspicious one.
You basically just grabbed a bunch of random capacitors and boards and just ripped them off of the unit.
Well, that's not good.
No.
Shouldn't be just ripping off capacitors.
No.
Al has been like halfway trying to stop her from doing this. Like, I don't think that, maybe that's not. And then like just watching this all happen way too fast for him to stop.
Just doing it in a cloud.
Kat
so
comes back out and she's like, "Well, I guess we know who's paying for the table if we get charged."
So she puts everything back in.
You solder
she
the
tries,
capacitors back in and just like
she
shove
tries
the
to
circuit
use
boards.
like some spit to put the capacitors back in or something.
So you make no effort to actually put them back in. You just sort of half-assedly just like slap them back in and push hard. Is that what you're saying?
I guess she could grab some solder and try that. She's pretty good with a soldering iron.
Yeah. Okay. So you make you make an attempt to put the stuff back together, and as you're doing that, Paul comes back. He's just kind of like, what you doing over there?
It just fell apart, and I was trying to help out.
It just fell apart.
He's like,
Kat's gonna lean over very quietly and be like, "Look, she's kind of an idiot. Just go easy."
He just kind of looks real confused, and like he grabs the brim of his hat and like does the whole thing where like he lifts it up and puts it back down and just like shifts it around. And he's like, yeah, it's fine. I guess I'll fix that too. Just leave it there.
I fixed it. It's fine.
No. Just
everything's great.
Just I'll get it. Thanks though, but I'll get it.
Romy gets up and walks away, and one of the boards she put back in just falls out of the table.
And you see him like cringe slightly as he hears it fall. And he's just like, yeah. And he like walks over. And,
that was just one of the backup boards.
He puts down like
Kat
the parts.
literally says to him like, "Can I get you a drink?"
He's like, "No."
On us.
Like, no. I'm working. Thanks though.
She's just like, "I am so sorry."
Like
I'm used to working on drones, not furniture.
He puts down the couple of boxes that he had like brought, and then like his bag of tools, and he goes, "I'll go get some more stuff." And he just like turns around and walks out.
I want to look through his
stuff there.
Yeah, I want to look through his stuff.
I am gonna try to physically restrain Romy from touching anything that this guy has.
I need to look through the stuff. I'm suspicious.
I am physically going to restrain Romy.
The restraining always works out great.
I'm rolling a take control. That was bad.
Haka, step in!
Do I have to roll up? I just have to roll a d20?
Yes.
Yeah, if you don't have take control, just roll a d20.
Technically, it's a grit roll. No, because you have grit added and Romy doesn't.
Okay.
So Romy beat you by 1.
Haka, step in!
This happens every damn time.
So Harker steps forward and says to Romy, "Hey, did I see that you have a drum set?"
Yep, and she keeps heading toward the bag.
Do you know how to play?
Nope.
So why do you have a drum set?
She's opening the bag, and she looks up at Harker and just gives a shrug and says, "I guess I'll learn."
Okay, so Kat just straight up walks over and smacks Romy's hand.
Romy looks hurt like a whipped dog.
Yeah, no, she's like, and Kat goes, "No, bad, leave it."
But Romy, she's suspicious. She needs to see
Kat,
what's in the bag. I'm not
no,
gonna
leave it,
touch. I'm just gonna look.
leave it,
Just gonna look.
leave it.
Romy is like team dog.
Someone else
You
can
will
look.
not be able to visit William Wallace if you keep looking in that bag.
You don't own William Wallace.
I will talk to the girl.
She likes me better.
Want to bet?
She tries to peek in the bag without touching it.
It is just full of tools.
Any suspicious tools?
Well, as you said, you work on drones, not furniture. So everything is unusual and suspicious to you.
And imagine it's almost like about the same tools, just like
They
a little
probably
bigger.
are. Yeah. But isn't that suspicious, probably, to Romy? Because everything is apparently suspicious to Romy.
These tools look way too normal. Something's going on.
Kat is giving Romy a look. But clearly, now everyone has realized she probably accidentally adopted the place.
Romy sticks her tongue out and goes back to the table and peers in the panel, but she doesn't touch anything.
So, yeah.
Kat just kind of gives like a relieved, like has an actual expression of relief over her face that she hides from Romy.
And she tells Harker that he can play her drums if he wants to.
So
He just kind of puts his hand up like, "No, thanks."
So poor Paul comes back a few minutes later with just a new assortment of parts and another set of additional tools. And just like, yeah, might take a little longer than I thought. It's alright. Get out of your hair sooner than later.
Kat's just like, seriously, if you need a snack or something, just free to take it. It's totally cool.
Romy pops herself on the floor behind him as he works and just watches.
So he's just like fixing all of the things that Romy has pulled out of like the table, basically, is what he's doing right now.
Al remains nearby in case Romy tries any weird shit.
She just lunges for his neck.
And the remaining like half an hour you have until your meeting is basically him just like having to like replace boards and reattach capacitors and just like get everything that was working originally working again before he can fix the initial problem that like he was called in to fix.
Romy asks him if she can have the spare bits.
He's just like, yeah, okay, sure.
She's been rewarded.
Kat's just like over there going like, look, see, I warned him that she was an idiot and try to put up with her.
She's been rewarded for her foolishness, so now she hasn't learned a thing.
No, she hasn't though.
She never learns anything. Don't pretend.
Because if she...
Don't pretend.
I mean, that's true.
Don't pretend like she ever learns anything. So presumably you guys make your way up to your meeting with Barnett.
I mean, Kat's just like mentally thinking all the AI gods that Romy stayed in the room when Slice was there.
Did Paul leave before they left?
No, because he's still working.
I think Romy might have stayed to watch him work.
If you wish.
Oh.
Yeah, she's gonna go, but she's gonna glare at him all the way out the door and post her drone to watch.
He gave you gifts.
That doesn't mean anything.
He legitimately is paying no attention to her as she glares at him because he's working.
So my drone is set up to watch.
Okay. You guys eventually make your way up to Bossman's office. And he's sitting there. He's actually not like absorbed in his work. He's still sitting at his desk, but he is like, looking up as you guys come into the room. And he just kind of gestures for you to take a seat if you'd like. And as usual, there's just a wide array of seating, like in front of his desk or like in a sitting area. And he kind of goes, "To what do I owe this surprise visit today?"
Cat would just Cat's like sprawled on the seat, just like, this has been a long day already. And she's just like, we located the satellite, in orbit that the Blade called us sending instructions from.
He kind of like interlaces his fingers and kind of stares out from behind him. And he goes, "Did you? Yes, I heard that Eden's uh, satellite network made some interesting discoveries this morning."
She's like, well, you could put it that way.
He goes, "Well, that is what they're claiming. So yes, I am going to put it that way."
And she kind of just shrugs. She's like, that's fine. Like, she doesn't care. She doesn't. Well, she wasn't even the one that did it. So, and she's just like, so you know about the the bases on planet.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "That is not public information. But yes, I do."
So like, why was it going to post it? And then and then she says, by the way, Deadshot is not dead, so I don't know how many people actually died by.
He goes and looks at you. And he kind of like narrows his eyes for a second. He goes, "You're certain then?"
Yes. Oh, she's saying.
He kind of considers what you said. He goes, "Well, I'm going to need you to investigate further into this then."
She's gonna like, we can. She seems to be firmly Team Blade Cult now. It's a job.
He sighs and he goes, "Yes, mercenaries are tricky like that, aren't they?"
Like, Cat's kind of giving him a look like, like, was that a snide comment about us? But she's just gonna kind of shrug and go like, and ask kind of bluntly, why didn't Holland satellites find it instead of Eden's?
He kind of looks at you and he goes, "We never said we didn't know where it was."
So you sent us to die when you knew what it was.
He kind of looks at it and goes, "Knowing where it is and what it does are two different things."
She kind of narrows her eyes. She's like, oh, so we were sent to be guinea pig.
He shrugs somewhat, kind of puts his hands down on his desk. He goes, "Well, I didn't expect you to die."
Someone do a check on him to see if like he's actually being honest.
I'll read a situation. I mean, last time, it seemed pretty sincere, but hey.
Oh my gosh,
See-
dice do not like you today.
That's with a +4. That's a natural 1.
I can investigate. I don't know if that would help.
So, Al takes a good hard look at Justin Barnett, and he goes, "Man, Justin Barnett is the kindest individual I've ever met."
Oh god.
I was just like in his head, like he doesn't say. He just looks at Kat and shrugs, basically like, "Seems plausible to me. Seems fine."
Seems legit.
All kidding aside, like that is not how things work in Lancer. Like, you get what you need to know. Like that is how things work in Lancer. You get what you need to know. He
Yeah.
is in fact, for the most part, being genuine. Like he believes, at least as far as like your idea of like what is belief from Justin Barnett, in like your capability at least, that you would get results. It's like you're pretty confident that like yeah, when he says he wasn't expecting you to die, to a certain extent, like he meant it. Like maybe he didn't think all of you would come back alive, right? Like, but like he expected that like you wouldn't all just die. That said, like as you stare at him and like try to read his like what the heck is going on in his head, you notice that like his attention has like turned the focus on you as you're staring at him.
This team is doing a lot of staring at people today.
Yeah. A lot of heavy stairs.
Al meets eyes with Barnett for a second, and then just kind of smiles and looks away, which is very strange to see Al smile. But he's just like, "All right."
That was like I was flirting.
Not flirting smile, just like an "I believe you"
Like
smile.
that is such a coy like.
Their eyes met, and he gave him a shy smile, but quickly averted his
Looked
eyes.
away.
Did
I'll
you
just
bat your
say-
eyelashes?
Al just smiles and goes, "Well, thanks for the trust." That's it. I'll leave it at that.
Romy nudges Harker like really urgently and points at her tablet because she notices Paul doing something really suspicious with a screwdriver.
But he
Which,
screws in.
by
Harker
the way,
loaded
is just
paperwork.
him putting the panel back on and tightening it back into place.
Her leans in to take a look and humor Romy.
Yeah, Paul's just closing up the table.
And Romy just says, "I told you."
Harker kind of looks at her and says, "Looks legit to me."
She kind of looks over at Al and then back at Harker and just kind of harumphs.
Like Kat's kind of eyeing this out of the corner of her eye, but then she like just looks back at that. She's like, "And how do you want us to investigate a not dead woman working for the plate cult?"
He looks at you and he goes, "Well, if I was the one coming up with the ideas, I wouldn't be asking you to do it."
Fair.
And she just kind of gave him a look like, "Yes, well, if we were the ones who knew where things were to start with, we could have had that information a lot earlier."
He offers you kind of a look and he goes, "Well, whatever you need, let me know, and I'll see about getting it within reason, of course."
They need a dog. Dog will pep up the morale. Uh, like, Kat's just kind of exasperated right now because she's not really intimidated by anyone now that Slices like already showed up today. She's just like, yeah, no one equals that level of intimidation for me. So like, Musashi could show up in the office right now. She's just like, what do you want? But she kind of nods and she's just like, she's clearly like trying to think about like how to even look into this person. And she kind of murmurs out loud. She's like, the Duke stays off world and he was the only one there. And the implication seemed to be that like she didn't ever actually die. So why did he report that they all did?
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, why don't you just ask him?"
Al pipes in and just goes, "Why would he tell us anyways anything different than what he's told everybody else? He doesn't know who we are."
He kind of gives you a look and he goes, "Well, it's all a matter of how you ask, isn't it?"
Al kind of stares blankly at him and then stares over at Kat and goes, and then back to Barnett and goes, "Well, I mean, how do you normally ask people who have information they're not giving up?"
He kind of leans forward with a rather like serious look in his eyes and he goes, "I don't ask for information. I get information."
Al nods, and you can kind of see his eyes glaze over a little bit as he remembers some of the stuff before he was free, back in the colony. You can see that he's remembering some similar situations where he's had to get information in the past. He tried to put it all behind him, but it's, because, he figured he was going to civilization, but he ended up on way far, I guess.
It's
So,
technically
I
civilization.
don't know. He learns that there is no such thing as civilization.
yeah.
He went a step up, a staircase that spirals up
Yeah.
5 floors.
Yeah. Basically,
I mean,
Al was thinking of like the top floor, and he ended up a couple of steps up, maybe.
that sounds like he was thinking of an imaginary floor.
Think of it like when people come to the United States of America, and they have all these grand designs.
Yeah,
and they get
exactly.
there, and then they're like,
But that's not what's here. So that's my point, is that there is no real.
like he's gotten used to that kind of, but at the same time, he's just like, yeah, I guess we have to go back to the old ways. So he gives Barnett a knowing nod and crosses his arms.
So, Kat's kind of just like look at him and like casually go, does that mean that we have permission to go off-world to locate him?
He kind of looks at you and goes, "That is not beyond the realm of possibility. But have you considered just giving him a call?"
Kat's just gonna kind of mutter, but she's not like trying to keep it silent. She's like, giving these people a call has not worked out that well lately.
Al looks at her as if to say silently, "We just called Deadshot, and that person's dead." So
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's
he doesn't
she's
say
like,
it out
she's like,
loud, though, of course.
but they got hung up on after she told them to stay out of the business. Well, told Slice to stay out of the business. It's not like
True.
So she doesn't view that as a particularly like it got them information, but it's not like it got them more information. They were just able to devise some from it.
Al looks over at Kat and just goes, "Does this guy have a public number?"
Cash is kind of grumpily gonna say like, well, that part doesn't really matter. I just don't know why he would take a call from us, considering our boss doesn't even like taking calls from us.
Well, he doesn't have to know the calls from us.
Who would the call be from?
You
And it's
see,
just
Al
gonna be
just
like,
kind of looks at her without saying anything because he can't say anything
you see Barnett
about his idea.
look just kind of like exasperated at this conversation that's going on in his office in response to a simple question. It's just like, it's fine, I'll make the arrangements. Your shuttle leaves in an hour.
Kat just kind of blinks, then she's like, oh, well, thank you.
Al just kind of looks at Barnett, looks at Kat, looks at Barnett, and goes, "Thanks." And then
Again,
just
Hawker
whispers
is
at
being
Kat,
suspiciously quiet throughout all this. You guys are freaking me out over there.
He's I mean, considering the last time he was in,
Calmed out, yeah.
he kind of just like left. So he's not really saying much to Barnett. He's not like active. He's not acting hostile or in any way. He's just like he's happy to just not say much.
I'm assuming Paul finished and left already.
Yep. Paul has
Okay, so
left, patched up the table, it works, and he's gone.
yeah, and Remy's still watching him because she's got her drone following him.
Okay. Well,
So she's engrossed in her tablet.
Well, she's basically followed him to another job.
Can Kat casually hack into a tablet and make Romy's drone go back to the room?
You can. You have such capability.
Okay. So that'd be a hack and fix?
Yep.
Do I get to contest it?
Oh, you can try. Go ahead.
"While this is all happening, like,
Is this a grit roll?
Do you have hack and fix?
No.
Then yes. Yes, it is.
I have blow
Well, this-
something up. I can blow my drone up.
dear God,
I think she'd
Well,
be
this is-
okay with that.
Yeah, no.
Almost.
We have
that's in that one."
we have a very different definition of almost. Just saying.
Remy starts hitting her tablet because she's confused as to what's going on.
And Kat had just like casually done that, like barely even looking over, barely looking down. So
Yeah, she wouldn't suspect that one of her beloved teammates did something like that.
and so Kat would just like kind of like be definitely smoking and like trying to hold back a laugh, seeing Romy at the tablet.
Remy figures that drone's not working. She'll have to send her assassin drone after him.
Yeah, no.
So yeah,
Yeah, she wouldn't go that far.
you
Throughout
guys.
this whole thing,
Yes.
Al is just like leans over and is like, "Wait, shouldn't we maybe call before we leave?" Because the last time Al was in space, he ended up on Wayfar, sure, but it wasn't a smooth landing, so he's not too keen on space travel.
Remy's like super excited to go on a shuttle into space.
Kat's like, if we call, that takes away the element of surprise.
So who you gonna call? Like, you just be like, "Hey, we're
Like, yeah,
coming
just
to
call the
ambush
dude
you.
and be like,
We want to interrogate you about the possibility that you're a lying son of a bitch. So just wait there for us to show up. Don't do anything."
don't please. Don't alert Deadshot if you're still in communication with her, please.
Dear God. Yeah. Can you imagine like thinking like everything's cool and chill and then getting that phone call and then just being like, I gotta fucking disappear.
Yeah,
Well,
so
that's why the cat's like against the phone call. Is like people can run from phone calls. It's like you don't know whether they're telling the truth on a phone call.
you don't.
So
But,
while this is all, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but we're about the 2-hour mark, so you know what that means. That means it's break time. So we're gonna take a 5-10 minute break. We'll be back with the next part of this story.
This train wreck.
It's a
Do
story.
the
Um,
Bob Ross commercial break music.
so we're gonna go to break, and we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. So sit back, relax, get a drink, use the restroom, do whatever. We'll be back.
Yeah, I'll hurry up on the Aqua. How's the new bike sounding, by the way? Does that sound okay?
Yeah, I think you sound fine. I was confused for a moment because he's also using a new mic. So I was just like, wait, what?
Because you finally...
I think I can do that too.
Okay,
I'm not
both
sure
of you
how this sounds.
stop! Please do not do that during a game of Phasmophobia.
This is a bank robbery. Put all the money in the fucking bags and get on the fucking ground. Is this better? I turned the gain down.
Both of you go get water, God. Both of you go get water. Oh.
Yeah, same here. I'm right next to the fridge right
And mine involves leaving the room.
Your gain's all the way up? Oh, okay. Mine's like barely turned up a little bit. Yeah. Mine has a little knob on it as well, but when I turn the gain up too high, it like picks up like everything I do, and I hate that.
It seems really nice. Was it worth waiting for?
Probably because there's that new Shure out now. It's like, well, fuck.
Yeah, it's in
Yeah.
the distance, but it's not like.
Yeah, nothing. Oh, now I can barely
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah, no.
It sounds like you're far away though.
Yeah, it
Doesn't
does
sound
sound
like
like
you're
you're far away.
right
Like you're very soft.
Yeah. See, mine's designed for other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can like you would have to like listen for it. Like you said it's typing, so I heard the typing. But if you hadn't said anything, I'm not sure like it would have even registered in my brain. Do you guys stop that? Like, I just think ASMR is creepy sounding. God, stop it!
If I was like watching like YouTube to fall asleep and like I woke up to you whispering in a YouTube video, I'd probably smash whatever device was playing. Because I would feel like, nope, John's in my room. I have to leave.
I don't know. I don't like whispering in general. You know, like the sound of whispering. Because to me, it does mean something bad is happening, so you're having to whisper so that you don't die, type thing. You know, like. I'm like, man. Now I almost wish someone would do Bathophobia, but ASMR, and just the ghost would be like. No, like,
What are you here?
like yeah, like going around like doing that, and then like so the ghost noises from the game would be like just completely like even more jarring. You know, like ghost hunting and ASMR. I bet so many people would watch that just to see what the fuck is going on.
Everybody wear headphones. It's about to get weird. You can't even ghost drive it.
The thing is, I was helping a friend learn Phasmophobia because well, okay, so I went over to her stream because I was talking to you, and then like you went to go get food. So I went to go get food. I went to go get food. So I came back and I saw she was doing it. I was like, well, I'll drop by and like support the stream. But apparently we got like up to 25 people or something by the time I was teaching her Phasmophobia. And I was just like, why are people interested in what? Right, and see,
So you're saying we should play it?
it's interesting because she actually has no real fear response. She was born. She talks about it on her stream. It is not a secret. She was technically, I think, born a sociopath. And she's a veteran from Afghanistan. So she does not have normal fear responses. So when something does like freak her out at all, it's like freaking hilarious. She's not used to being scared of anything. Well, okay, first of all, she was making fun of me because I was getting freaked out. But so I said, okay, I'm like, and she's like, well, I don't get scared, so it'll be fine. I'm like, fine, I'm going to the van to check the ghost door. You stay here and try to get a talk on the spirit box because we were the only ones in at the moment. We were the only ones playing, and she was like, okay. And then suddenly she's like, oh crap, I'm getting out of here. And I'm like, wait, what happened? She's like, it said death to me. I'm getting out. I'm like, oh, who's Miss Never Afraid of Anything? So yeah, it was interesting because we just played the one game, but she wants to do it next Saturday. Yeah, but yeah, we should totally do it also. Yeah. No.
I might be available.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying as a group we should do it again. I don't
Oh yeah,
feel
of course.
it.
Are these chairs even worth it?
The old one is the pop stars, right? Like this is pop stars. Yeah, I totally like the old one. Yeah, I do too. No problem. I actually have one of these chairs. Yeah. Like the type. They always screw Alliance over. I would, you know, if they had done like the Covenants from Shadowlands, that would have been. Trying to find it. Oh. Ew. No. Why would you do that? Oh, it's like totally Alliance colored, but I would have. Yeah, no. I would have probably gone with a darker blue. And that gold is way too shiny. It's like. Yeah, but that foiled gold just looks. Yeah, I just like I get that they're going for Throne of Stormwind type thing, but
Yeah, it should be a deeper red. It should be closer to like the Ari chair.
oh god. Yeah, like what the heck? Like it's supposed to be blood red. What are they doing? Well, and that banner is just the wrong shape there on the back. Like I feel like that makes sense for Alliance because they're doing like the kingly medieval feel, but on the Horde it should be more patterned or.
Yeah.
Okay, and we are back. So, what were you guys going to do about your upcoming flight?
Well, I guess we have to leave Barnett's office.
Yes. Yes, you do. You're not leaving from his office. That is correct.
I mean, like we've been just sitting there bickering in front of him. So
Yes.
How much do they know about where exactly they're being, like what the planet is that they're being sent to?
He has not told you anything. You didn't ask. He just simply said he would get you a meeting and he would get you off world to meet him.
Okay.
Cat's a little like. I mean, like he had just left us. Unreliable way on world, but fine.
You're just gonna get off the world and then dish it and just never go back to Wayfar and be like, "Peace, guys. We're
I mean,
done
we
here."
could have before.
Might have crossed Parker's mind, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could have if fun had not organized. Um.
Before we
So
leave the office, Al would ask if we're gonna get like a dossier or something before we leave sent to us
He kind of
of like where we're going, how long it's gonna take, etc.
laughs and goes, "You're not gonna need one."
Al just kind of says, "Okay, thank you," and
Cat kind of like pauses in the door. Like, wait, is he on a core world? Like, how core is the core world he's on?
He kind of looks at you and goes, "He's a retired athlete. Where do you think he would go?"
Cat's just gonna kind of go like, ah.
Earth.
Well, no, just like the union. The union does not like cats. So she's just like, ah.
Oh, do they know what she looks like?
No,
No.
probably
Yeah,
not.
you're good.
Very unlikely. And it's not like they like Slice either. So all of you are incriminated. Remember, Slice's history was getting in trouble with the unit a lot more.
True.
I think Romy's probably banned from certain places on Earth.
Like the surface.
But that never let it stop her, so.
Boy. Alright, I guess we should prep for this. But I guess the question is then, how do we prep for this?
Presumably, we don't need our map.
Parker would probably want to know specifically where they're going.
Matching polos.
So there's a couple of things that you have to remember about Wayfar. You are not in the immediate vicinity of a gate, so you will actually be traveling for several months. But because of that, you'll be put into cryo freeze, so you won't be aware of that passage of time. So be prepared to be gone from Wayfar for a period of several months. It will be basically nothing to you. You will not notice a passage of time. That is why part of the reason about like Musashi being away for 20 years is sort of like a whatever kind of situation. Wayfar is several months. I believe I said it was like 2 months from the nearest gate. Which is not an inconvenient amount of time. Like, it's a reasonable amount of time to ship goods. It is not conducive to just like regular coming and going. So that is something you have to keep in mind.
Romy's going to visit Sir William Wallace.
Sure. If you guys have any other things that you need to take care of, you'll be gone for several months. It is not unusual, but it is something that you will have to like account for.
Then she finishes bringing in her stuff, I guess.
Cat would just make sure that organization she set up can handle like that she'll be out of.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you presumably made sure that they're self-sustaining. Like,
Yeah.
they're not.
She would just be like double checking and like giving them notifications of like, dude, I'm not gonna hide, but like,
Yeah.
But don't be stupid.
So you guys get your affairs in order. Like you said, you'd be leaving about an hour.
Yeah, not much for Al to do, really.
And Cat would casually probably make sure everything was like locked down, like that things could not be accessed
Yeah.
in her computers, networks, and all that kind of things.
Yeah, that's relatively simple for you to do. Like that's
Yeah.
like that's not. That's...
She's not about to leave that chance. She's not gonna be like, I'm just gonna leave my stuff at home. That's awesome. Nothing can go wrong with that.
So yeah, you guys agreed with what I would call an extravagant airliner. Is basically how I would describe it. Like when Barnett said he would get you a ship, he basically got you like an executive ship.
It's gonna give like this slow whistle.
You're not like the only passengers on it. Like there are some other executives who are coming off world as well, and they kind of give you a look like, who are you? But like they don't say anything because obviously you've been authorized to go. But you stand out a little bit among the like dozen or so people that are getting on what is effectively like a star like yacht.
Especially Romy, because she's wearing like a really bright Hawaiian shirt.
So as you get onto this ship, you become aware of how like grossly extravagant it is. Like the floors are wood.
Ooh, Jesus.
Romy's gonna be stealing the floors now. Good job.
Like they are like polished, clean, like shiny, like wood. Seats are leather. You're pretty sure that like the edging on some of like the windows and things, like they're gilded in actual gold.
Romy bites one of the windows.
There is like full amenities. Like there's food being served, so on and so forth. Like you basically have about an hour to just chill before you have to get into your stasis.
And chill.
Yeah. You are taken to like your own private quarters where your cryo stations are. It is a room. Like the floors are carpeted, the walls are like it looks like you're in like a fancy hotel room, effectively, that was built into the ship. And the only thing that seems out of place is that like instead of like beds, there's just a line of cryopods on the wall.
Are they nice cryopods?
What?
Are they nice cryopods?
Yes, like everything looks nice. Like there is no like spared expense. Like this
This
is
gorgeous ship, and then the cryopods are just made out of junkyard parts.
yeah.
Oh no,
like,
I was just trying to think of like, you always think of the stale white just like tube, and I'm like, so that doesn't really fit in with
no,
what they're
like
going.
they are just like obviously like the function is
Yeah.
is what it is, right? But like the exterior
So
and like everything
basically,
is
these
done.
are more like Dracula's cryopods.
Are they themed? Is there like a jungle cryopod?
No.
Oh.
Like, what I meant by Dracula's cryopod is like
No, they're not quite like
the
that.
coffin.
So like, you know how like you go to like a fancy, expensive hotel and just like everything's like either marble or faux marble.
Yeah.
It's like Spock's casket.
That's the like aesthetic that they've gone with for the cryo stations. They look like they're like chiseled marble. They're not, because like you are
Okay, so legit weird question. Are there like, is there like cushions and stuff in the cryopod? Like, because that seems like that would hurt the body.
no, like the functional part of the cryopod is like Spartan. Like it is functionally
Okay.
like what it needs to be, but like they've put like a facade around like the entire thing to just make
Greek
it
on the
look
outside,
nice.
Spartan on the inside. Can Romy tinker with hers so she doesn't have to go to sleep?
No.
Well,
You are like given a dossier by Barnett, and you're going to be under one-way trip for the 2 months. You're going to come out of jump. Oh, hi Lexi. She's enjoying her bombshell. So yeah, you're going to be coming out of jump to a planet called Magipore. It is
Magic what?
Yeah, like I
Magipore.
need you to core.
Poor Poor Magipore. Majipoor. Magipore.
Remy was like really excited for a second, but
Yeah, so Magipore is a resort planet. It is basically where like the rich and affluent go to vacation. The Duke lives there full time.
Okay.
so he's like one of those old people that just goes on the cruise until they die type deals.
Basically, when you get there, they have scheduled a meeting for him with you. So he is expecting you in about 2 months. And that's it.
Okay.
That's the extent of your briefing. He's basically allocated like a 3-day stay for you at this resort planet. You have 3 days to get the information that you need from the Duke. And if you have time left, enjoy yourself.
I figure if we're gonna spend almost half a year getting there, we should at least get a week.
Don't argue with a gift resort.
It could be like they get you in there and try to give you the free trip, and then they try to get you to buy timeshares type deal.
So Kat's gonna be just like looking at this dossier and gonna be like, how important was this that Barnett was actually willing to pull all this off?
It's a good question, isn't it?
Because that's what she's gonna say out loud to the others in the room. It's like that, because she thought like this might have been like a whim of like yeah, you know, but then she didn't realize he was that far away, you know, like that she didn't know where he was located. So like she's like, well, like since he visits way far, maybe he's like you know, not that far or whatever.
For
So
your
like
reference, this is also a central core world. Like you are
Yeah.
in the heart of Union space.
Yes. Which does not please her. But so she she's very like weirded out now. She's just like, what? Why is it that important? Like, there's a dead Lancer that's not actually dead. But she did
Well,
actually say,
did she tell him that? I don't think she did, though. Right?
what?
Wait, are we talking about like why it's important that we're all on this thing and that it's nice, or just in general? Because I don't think Barnett knows about the other Lancer, right? Or did you?
Yeah,
Oh
no.
wait, did we? Oh, we did tell him. That's right.
Yeah, but she immediately. Well, she had already sent him the voice clip
Right.
before,
Yes.
and then she messaged. Slice showed up, and that's why she went to the office. She's like, "Yeah, she's not dead," and it seems like she never died. So that means that Duke's lying.
Right. So why is it
Just
important to Holland?
Right, like why is this so important that he's going this far out of the way? So just like, leave it to me, whatever.
So while you're having this conversation, the dossier that you have, you see a familiar image flash temporarily across the screen. Kat's very familiar with this image.
God.
And you just see a message. And it just says, "Bring back a souvenir."
It's like, great, now we're being stalked by my mentor.
Who
Cat's
is
gonna
also
kinda-
you?
Cat kind of just looks at it and was like, "Man, this is great. Don't get in contact with her."
It's not like you can say much about wanting to bring back a souvenir. It's kind of your
No,
thing.
I
too.
know. Obviously, no, and obviously Slice would know that about her. It's like, no, Slice is interested.
So yeah, you guys get your little hour to do whatever. There is like a spa. You can help yourself to some fancy food. It is all inclusive.
Well, yeah, you're only awake for an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, Parker basically seems quite content to help himself to food.
Al
I
is
mean, it's the last food they're having for several months.
yeah.
Not that you really know that.
Parker probably does.
Well, I just mean like you're going
I
to
mean,
be
the-
frozen. Like you're not going to be aware of that passage of time. As far as you're
Yeah.
concerned, you're going to go sleep. You wake up and you're there.
Yeah, but still, there's a psychological aspect to eating.
Al is just gonna see if there's any games being played and find a low stakes table to kill an
Remy's,
hour.
Remy's going to be that person with the crab legs.
Dear God.
Are there crab legs? Like, would they be fake crab legs? Like, I don't. The whole ocean planets. Like, wait, I want to know this stuff now.
Everything is fabricated in the future.
They're
So,
3D
okay.
printed crab legs.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
mean,
I was just curious if, like,
they would be printed food. Like that's the thing. That is a thing we could technically do now, just not to any like reasonable
has her-
like complexity.
And Remy has her mouth full and says, "See, I told you I could tell when stuff is 3D printed."
So yeah, you guys pass your hours relatively uneventfully. Al gets to play some. What are you playing?
So probably a dice game.
You get a couple
Ironically
people.
enough.
You get a couple people that
Yeah.
join you. It like there's a couple executives. You become very aware of their grasp of money is very different than yours.
Yeah.
You're like, here's like 100 mana, and then for them, a bet's like big stack of cash.
Hence why I'm playing a dice game and not poker where I have to
Right.
match their bets.
Yeah. You know, they talk about stuff that kind of goes over your head. A lot of things to do with like business and things that like you just have no reference or concept of. But for the most part, your hour that you guys spend is mostly uneventful. You get to enjoy yourselves, some good food. I'm sure Kat is fretting over how much her mentor is actually paying attention to what's going on.
no, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, now she's just like paranoid, assuming like everything. There's nothing not being seen.
You don't know.
She's just like gonna default to that now. Thanks.
But yeah, so like as that hour nears, you guys are
Well,
told to
Does Al do well? I mean, we do a quick roll for that.
sure, why not?
It's a little meta.
Do you want to do grit or read a situation?
I would call that betting on dice is really more.
Just rolling dice. You should just roll dice.
I would say trying. Are you trying to win, or are you just trying to see how well you do?
Al kind of wants to see if he can take some money from the larger players.
Give
basically.
me a show off.
So that's just going to be straight dice for me then.
That's
or,
a grit.
Or would it be just grit?
It's a grit.
Okay, so that's a 12.
You do okay until you start to realize that the amount that you're betting barely puts a dent into what they're throwing around. So yeah, you do well, but no, like your earnings don't even phase them.
Al's sitting at the big table and they're basically doing penny slots.
Right.
Like
So
you've basically tripled your money, which sounds real impressive until you come to realize that like for them that's not even a bet.
I mean, you're saying that like we should absolutely care about that, but like you can say to me that $100,000 is not much to a billionaire, and I don't care because I
Yeah.
still want that $100,000.
No,
I'll
like
take
I
it
said,
with a smile.
he does well. He wins quite a bit. But like the other problem
Al's
is
not trying to impress by amount of money. He's just trying to impress by sheer,
no,
presence and
the problem is that like you're
playing
showing
well.
off to a bunch of guys who aren't paying you any mind.
Right.
So like, yeah, you won. Yeah, you made money. Did it actually affect them one way or the other? No. They don't even blink.
That's fine.
Can Cat use this time to just keep track of who's who on like try to get into the ship manifest or whatever?
You attempt to. It is pretty heavily encrypted.
So like even just finding out like who's on the ship.
Yeah, Holland does not like to make that information public, just to protect the safety and the privacy of the people that are on the ship. This is like a high class, like I don't want nobody to know where I'm going kind of ship.
That's a shame. That would have been useful for when we fall out of hyperspace and everybody unfreezes prematurely and there's a murder mystery on our hands. That's always what happens with these things.
But yeah, like
She was mostly just looking to see if like any of the bastards that she dislikes.
This is a secure, like secured Holland ship. So if you want to crack it, you're potentially crossing Holland.
The only names you'd get would be like Robert Jones and John Doe and stuff like
she's
that.
gonna
Anyway.
like give an exasperated sigh and not do it because she doesn't want to get on Holland's bad side right now.
Yeah, it's fair.
Because getting stranded in Union space sounds like a horrible idea to her.
So yeah, as your hour nears, you are told to get to your stations. They're prepping for jump, and you should get ready for cryostasis. Some attendants do come. They help you, get you prepped and acclimated, and everything that you need to get ready. And as you guys climb into your pods, you sort of just drift off to sleep. And then you wake up. And there's a nice little chime. Pods open, and there are attendants there waiting to greet you. It is a different set of attendants than the ones that put you down.
That does not sound good.
Two down.
And they're very like professional and nice, and they help you out, and they sort of help you through the process of like getting your bearings and your senses back. And you become very aware that you are orbiting a different planet. And once you finally get yourselves like your like land legs back effectively, like you get like your sense of bearing and your sense of time and everything all like fully adjusted, you have landed. And you are greeted with a very different view excuse me, than what you are used to on Wayfar. For some of you, you have spent most of your lives on Wayfar. What you are greeted as you come off of the ship, off of the bay, is completely different than anything you possibly could have imagined.
Yeah, Remy didn't exactly hang out on planets like this either.
Probably get some real crabs here.
When you were told that this
Kidnap some
was
dogs.
a resort
Get 'em on a
planet,
Wayfair.
you kind of had some expectations, I'm sure. Like in your mind, you were like, "Oh, there's probably tourists and things all over."
Roller coasters.
Yeah. Um, what you kind of are struck with by this planet is one, it is beautiful. Two, it is virtually silent. Like all you hear is just like the crashing of waves against the beach, the sound of water running, and the occasional hum of just like vehicles and stuff passing. Um,
No, like wildlife or anything.
like you hear birds and things, but like you don't hear a
Dogs.
lot of things.
It's not like the hustle and bustle of Wayfar.
No, like this is a carefully curated experience. Like this is what you would just what you imagine is just defined as like tranquil. Like this is the visual representation of like those beach wave machines that put you to sleep.
Which is funny because with this much silence, Al could probably never sleep.
Um and as you sort of make your way down, like there's sort of this path that leads you from like where you are at the dock to the structure. You do hear people. It is not a lot of people. It is sort of like the dim hum of just like conversations. And you come upon the center where it does appear to be sort of like not quite a community center, but just sort of like a main gathering area. And you see people who are dressed rather well. Like they're having conversations. There's people like checking in at like, you know, shops and terminals and things just to get like whatever they need to go do whatever the heck they're going to do. You know, you see some people walking away with like bags of just like supplies. You come to realization this is a resort in like the fullest sense. Like you come to this planet and you're just going somewhere to get away from everything. Like people are just getting their own isolated like beach paradise experience, and that's all this planet is. So while like people can come here and they can commune and they meet each other, that is not the point of this planet. This planet is just to isolate yourself from like everything and just like check out from existence effectively.
So how many there goes the neighborhood glares do we get as we show up?
Honestly, no one even looks at you. They're all doing their own thing.
Yeah, like you're allowed to do what you want if you're on this planet. Like, you want to be a weird, eccentric person wearing
They don't have to deal with you.
ugly clothing,
You're not
Yeah.
their problem.
Not yet.
and you might just be a witch person who's being weird and eccentric by wearing clothing, and you're allowed to do that because you paid to go on the planet too.
Like no one's
Not
paying you
really.
any mind.
Yeah, like it's like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah, you're not their problem. What do they even? They don't even need to look at you. Do you work here? No. Then who cares? So yeah, you sort of come to this spot and you take a look around, and eventually someone comes over, and they seem to know who you are, and they're just like, "Oh, you're Mr. Barnett's party, yes?"
Al looks over and nods and waits for the others to confirm as well.
Yeah, Kat would just nod as well. She's not like thrilled of like being like flat out called Mr. Barnett's party, but yeah.
Remy yells, "Present!"
The attendant is just very, very polite, smiles, and goes, "Oh, well, right this way then." And they
Well, she
gesture,
immediately doesn't trust him.
and they kind of take you to like this open platform, like that overlooks one of the beaches, and you come to realize it's like a unloading area, and there's like a vehicle waiting for you. Is best described as like a floating limo. And they gesture and go, "This will take you to your designated station. If you need anything, you feel free to use the terminals and the facilities as provided. Check-in has already been handled. We'll alert you when it is time for you to check out. I believe the attendant waiting for you will have further information on your..." They pause and they go, "Your meeting." They seem like they're not quite filled in on exactly what you're doing on the planet, and they just kind of go, "They'll have a better understanding, I hope." If
Kat
you
would
need,
just thank them very politely.
yeah, and they're just like, "If you need anything, just don't hesitate to ask." And so,
Al just gives a thumbs up, and
and, yeah, and you guys get on your little limo, and it's about a 5-minute trip, and you pass over what looks like just like endless sections of like beach and mountain, and you notice that these structures dotting them separated by like a few miles, and you come to realize that like these structures that you thought maybe were like buildings and complexes, they're actually just small individualized walled off estates. And when you land at yours, you're greeted with this very nice, like, you come to realize this is probably Barnett's personal lot, because the structure itself looks very Earth like. It's like a nice mansion on a hill overlooking like an alcove and a beach. And the mansion itself sits on top of the structure with like huge like front windows, or back windows rather, because like the back of the structure looks down over the ocean, and like it almost looks Victorian, but sort of like the sense of like someone trying to recreate Victorian several thousand years in the future. So like it's not quite right, but like it definitely gives that aesthetic. And you look down, the trail from the beach kind of winds down this like cliff that it's sitting on. And there's actually like a beach resort type structure on the beach that you realize is part of like this whole entire complex that he's in. And it looks very like clean and futuristic by like our standards, but looks kind of quaint in like what you imagine like a rich person in the future would look. It's like something, this whole entire estate is very rustic Earth.
Kat's just gonna kind of look around and just go, "Man, he's showing up when he's not even here."
And so you get off your limo. There is this attendant who greets you. You realize that this attendant actually isn't part of the staff on this planet. They're apparently like the groundskeeper for this like estate. And the person like very politely bows, and he doesn't give you his name. Instead, he just simply goes, "Mr. Barnett told me to expect you. If you have anything that you need, I will inform the staff. Anything at all, the expenses are covered.
Oh
You
no, don't say that in front of Romy.
you have a meeting later this evening with Mr. Donovan. Until then, the estate is yours to do with as you wish. Try not to break anything."
Well, he did
I'll
say
look at
Cat.
try.
Romy.
Yeah, Cat glares at Romy.
He did say try.
And with that, he just sort of looks and goes, "Is there anything particular that you need, or something that you're looking for? I can certainly point you in the right direction."
Cat just kind of dryly goes, what are traditional souvenirs here?
He kind of looks at you, a little confused. It's like, souvenir? Well, traditionally, there isn't anything like a gift shop, I suppose, is what you're looking for. Um, they don't do that here.
She's like, if someone just wants to remember their time here, like if they got engaged here, like what would they typically take to remember their time?
The concept seems a little foreign to this man. Like,
She looks very exasperated.
They'll remember it with their private bungalow that they bought.
he kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, traditionally,"
Rich people always want to show off their crap on other planets. Don't
he goes,
like.
"Traditionally, a photograph or video, I suppose."
Is there any endangered animals we can hunt?
He thinks and goes, "Well, most of the wildlife here is either imported or bred specifically for the safety. All of the native life on this planet has been either bred or removed."
Cat's just kind of staring at me. She's like, you are not hunting any animals.
I was trying to get you a souvenir. Mount its head and you'd be good to go.
Basically, he's telling you this entire planet has been domesticated.
Does that mean dogs?
I mean, not specifically in the sense that like there isn't really wildlife on this planet that isn't specifically cultivated for atmospheric purposes. So like, yeah, people probably have dogs, but like,
Fetch us a dog.
like this is like baby's first planet, basically. Like the only animals
Fisher
here
Price, yeah.
are like the animals that are good for atmosphere. So like the birds and the fish, like anything that remotely was like a predator is gone on this planet.
I
That means all the other animals would get way out of control unless Romy hunts them.
I feel like there would be like jewelry or something made on the planet because like rich people want to be able to
He,
be like, oh look, we went to whatever.
I mean,
Just get her a keychain.
he kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, there are shops, but none of them sell, I suppose, what you would consider trinkets. Allow me to elaborate. Generally, activities on this planet are generally going to be parties, so it would be up to the host to decide what would be memorable."
So what he's saying is we have to throw a giant party.
So he kind of looks at it and he goes, the closest thing I suppose to a souvenir would be like a furniture, I suppose, if you wanted an antique. He pauses and goes, I'm sure there's several jewelers on the planet as well.
Who do we contact about throwing a giant party?
At this point, Kat just reaches over and actually puts her hand over Romy's
No,
mouth.
but the tiki party. Tiki bar.
Kat just like inclined to her and just like, thank you. I'm sorry. I have a friend who heard we were coming here and she wanted me to
Germany
bring her
licks
back
your
something."
hand.
And like at that point, like Wilmy is entering in the list of people who are going to get their entire accounts hacked.
Germany's just still licking your hand. She didn't bite, at least.
The attendant kind of looks, a little bit sad and goes, well, I suppose you could you could try looking in the study. There is a directory.
I thought he was just gonna say
Yeah,
take something from
take
the
something
house.
for the study.
I just like I don't. What?
Here's a nice book.
He goes, there is a directory there of the various shops. Perhaps you might be able to find one that suits your needs.
Bring her back the directory.
And
That's a
then,
nice
Kat's
souvenir.
just gonna give him a bright grin and just say, "Thank you, I appreciate that." And she's completely just ignoring what Wilmy is doing because she's still just trying to keep Wilmy quiet.
And he provides you the instructions to go to find the study. It's it's in the house.
Germany has started
It's in the
blowing
manor,
against your hand,
basically.
making rude noises with your hand.
At this point, Kat casually sidekicks Wilmy into Monty. Into Al.
You consider
Al
her your
just-
sidekick?
Al just puts an arm around Romy just to hold her and thanks the attendant and goes, I think we'll find something we can do to pass the time. Thanks very much.
Ermi just lets her legs drop out from under her.
Al lets her fall.
The attendant kind of looks at Al and Romy.
And again, Kat goes, "No, she's not right in the head," and we try best.
The attendant looks at Al and Romy and just kind of goes, well, if you'd like to take the path down, the beach is a good place to be distracted."
I would like to point out that Al does not get it. And just waves and goes, cool, sounds great. We'll call you if you need anything.
Very good, sir.
No, he won't. He's about useless.
What'd you say?
I said we won't call him if we need anything. He's about useless.
Well, yeah, so if we don't need anything that he, can't help with, or if we do need something he can't help with, which is pretty much everything, we just won't call him.
He didn't do anything wrong. You guys are so mean.
He basically just told us to read the fucking manual.
Well, I mean, he just had no clue what was being discussed.
Gonna go play on the beach and get out of everybody's hair.
I mean, he was right. I don't know what you want from him.
Dude, just trying to be helpful.
Yeah, no, like he was trying to say to Kat that everything's gonna be super expensive and not something I can take back simply, but he was not being rude enough to say that.
Like
it wasn't like a pretty woman thing, which well, you can't afford anything here.
This isn't not exactly like a touristy destination. This is like where rich people buy rich people things. So it's like you don't go to be like a souvenir shop. It's like I would like this fancy expensive jewelry, this fancy expensive dress, this fancy expensive boat.
He said, whatever I can get you, and then can't get a dog, can't get any keychains.
You didn't
can't
actually
throw a party.
ask him about the dog. You asked me if there were dogs, and my response was yes, but not wild on the planet.
She told him to fetch her a dog, and he ignored her.
I did not hear you say that, so apparently we all ignored you.
Well, I said it into maybe a muted microphone, but it was said.
I thought it very hard. You should have noticed.
So Harker,
mean,
would you like anything from the helpful man assistant?
Oh, is he still there? Romy wouldn't have said that if he was still there. I thought he had been ushered out.
No, you guys are still just standing there in front of him. No one's gone anywhere.
Well, since that's out, she's gonna just tell Harker not to bother because he can't do jack.
Harker would actually be like really courteous to the guy, like actually treat him with a little I don't want to say attention because it's not like he's just being like really courteous and being like more respectful than say is probably normal for I don't know how to like to phrase this. Basically, he's paying attention to him as though he were a person. Like he's treating him like a person.
Aw,
Does that make sense?
that's
So
sweet.
he's
Not treating him like
his thing
staff.
is that his thing is that he's never liked how staff and servants are kind of like dismissed like they're non-people. So he always kind of makes a point, or used to make a point to sort of get to know them and like treat them like people and get to know them as people. So he kind of just fell into that habit when he was put in that situation. So that's why he's treating him that.
It should be noted that Al is just suspicious of anybody he doesn't know, period. So
And if anybody's nice, Romy's suspicious.
Yeah. So like you're very polite to him, but like, do you ask
He
him
doesn't
for
need anything, so he's just
Romy says, "Ask for a dog."
no, he doesn't really need anything. He just asks. He probably just asks to know sort of the layout of the estate, so he doesn't get lost. He knows where to go.
Yeah. So you know there's a nice description of the house where there's several sitting rooms. There's like a main study. There's actually an indoor pool. There's several guest rooms. There's a main kitchen, a dining area. There's sort of like it's not really a hall, but it's like a large like party space. It's actually a fairly like comprehensive, like somewhere between like a mansion and almost like a event space is sort of what this building is. It is basically designed in such a way that Barnett could live here, he could relax here, he could also basically throw a heck of a party here. And you sort of get the impression that he does.
See, Romy tried to throw a party, but she got it quashed. Hand over the mouth.
Not sorry.
You could have brought home a tiki cup as a souvenir.
The last thing I want to explain to Barnett is that we threw a party at his freaking beach house.
It's built for a party, and the guy told us to throw parties. I mean, what more do we have to do?
He didn't say to throw parties. He said that the host of a party would decide then like what the guest favors were.
Yeah, and then we get guest
And we would have to be a
favors for souvenirs.
host. We would have to be the host. So we would
Yeah,
have
but
to
they're
figure
gonna
out
pay for
souvenirs
it.
for everyone else. And we don't even know what a souvenir on this planet is.
It's a tiki bar party. It's gonna be tiki cups and straws and hula skirts and leis.
No.
So presumably Kat makes her way to the study.
Yes.
Harker presumably goes exploring of the mansion estate. I
Romy
imagine he
doesn't.
probably takes a path toward the kitchen.
Probably.
Romy and Al apparently are just
Not going to the
standing
beach.
there still. Just
Al is actually going to go down to the beach
sure.
because he's honestly never seen anything quite like it and wants to figure out what's going on there.
What's the distraction?
Romy mutters and goes to the beach too, even though she knows that they're just trying to shut her up and put her somewhere safe where she can't break anything.
So you make your way down to the beach, and you kind of didn't get a sense of what the heck the structure down at the beach was as you flew over the estate. You come to realize that like there's a whole other like building built on this beach. It is very open, like modern, like by our standards, like an open design where like the the walls on the roof are, they're not glass, but like they're transparent like glass. Like there's some sort of like transparent like reinforced material. And like it is like this sprawling like you almost want to call it like an exhibition hall almost is how big this thing is. And it has like everything you would need to have like a party. Like there's seating, there's bonfires, um there's like there's dance floors basically. There's seating, there's like fire pits, and like it's anything that you would imagine like you could have at a beach party. And that's just this main structure. You actually are aware that like coming off of it, there's actually several other structures that are built into the water. I'm not sure if you're familiar with like the artificial like hotel like huts that people build like into piers in water and like the super fancy like oceanside resorts.
Yeah.
There's like 4 of those attached to docks in the water. Like the size of this estate is excessive.
Is this all his? Like, is this somebody else's estate then? Is that what you're saying?
No, this is
This is
built.
all part of
Barnett's.
This is built into Barnett's. Like,
why is he still even working? I don't understand.
this is built into
Probably to pay off the debt
Barnett's-
from building this place.
Yeah, this is built into Barnett's property.
So Romy tells Al that they're gonna plan something called a fire festival, and they have one day to do it, and it's gonna last for 2 days, and it's gonna make his winnings at the dice look like chump change when we're done.
So while Al and Romy go like wandering through what is possibly the single most excessive thing that they've possibly seen in their entire lives,
With nobody else around, which is really jarring to Al.
yeah, like this is property that was built to host grand gatherings. Like you are becoming very aware that like Barnett's property, while it's a nice vacation house, is probably an investment. Like this is where he takes people to show off.
Just so he could write it off on his taxes.
You wouldn't be surprised if that was something like what he did. Like this is a business expense.
There's definitely some like business meetings that have been done here that have turned into just
like
shindigs.
Reduced pricing. Like you can stay here for reduced pricing or whatever.
Like this is where you take people to show off who you are, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Which is why he had no problem being like, yeah, it's fine, just go here.
I've got a small place on this planet, you'll be fine.
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
could arrange something.
So Kat, as she walks into this Victorian style manor, becomes aware that this structure, you don't know what the underlying like structure is, but like the visible part of this building, this is like wood. Like when I said Victorian,
yeah,
this is Victorian. Like it's wooden like marble. Like you realize that Barnett's fascination with like human culture, like earth culture, has fully extended and rooted itself into this building. Like as lavish as like the structures you've seen with like modern engineering stuff that like has developed from other planets, this house is just earth through and through. Like there are paintings on the wall that are done like in old Earth style. You don't recognize any of them. Like they're not historical paintings. You kind of wonder if they're like people in his family or his lineage, potentially even. But like this is like a Victorian house, like a Victorian mansion.
Yeah. Is there like a portrait of Barnett somewhere?
Not that you've seen so far.
I feel like that's something he would totally do.
But
Not
as
the Lord of the House.
as you go to what was told to you to be the study, you push open two large like doors, and it opens into what you could best describe as a library. Like I'm not talking about like a house library. I'm talking about like a library. Like they're like the walls from like floor to ceiling, and these are like high ceilings. These are like Victorian like high ceilings. Like from like floor to ceiling are shelves of books. Like earth books. And like it's a sprawling like array of like bookshelves upon bookshelves upon bookshelves that leads up to like what you can think is like a solar like tinted like expanse of windows, so like they're UV like blocking because the light's coming through. They're a little weird. But like like a view down at the beach, and like there's a desk there that just seems really out of place, that like has its back to the giant expansive window. Like you'd think that like it should be looking out, but like no, like if you're working at this desk, like you turn your back to the like distraction of the beach. And like you can see like down way in the distance, you can see like Al and Romy like walking their way down to the structure that they just discovered. And like sure enough, there's just like a desk and a directory, and in the most Barnett thing you've ever seen, the directory is printed.
Yeah, I mean that's not shocking. It's shocking for anyone else, but that's expected of Barnett.
And like you have come to realize that like you feel like you've stepped out of time in this room. Like there are modern conveniences, like the temperature's regulated, the windows are like instead of like gigantic like curtains that are blocking them, which is impossible given that like these windows expand almost from floor to ceiling. Like modern conveniences had made like the excessive nature of like this reproduction possible, but like even accepting that, like you feel out of place in this room. You come to realize like the way Barnett dresses feels out of place too. Like it is sort of like a caricature of like old Earth. And standing in this room, the way you are dressed, like in what's casual attire for the modern time, you feel like an anachronism in this room.
Okay. Cash is gonna be like, since no one else is there, she's just gonna let herself look like shocked. Like, holy shit. Because she's been trying to like cover up her reaction to like this stuff, but yeah, no. So she's gonna like make her way over to the directory, like just kind of like cautiously and like trying not to touch too much because she like doesn't want to like accidentally break something.
Yeah, that's a fair response.
Just like she's just like I don't want to accidentally like taint something.
So as you make your way cautiously to the directory, as it were, Harker wanders his way into what he was told was the kitchen, and you sort of push your way into a door, and you can hear like on the other side of the door, like there's people, like there are people who are still working in this building, because like there are staff in the building. And you push into like what is best described as like the kitchen for like a large restaurant rather than like the kitchen for a house. Like it is massive. Everything is like, rather than like the nice wooden like Victorian style that like the rest of the house is displayed, this is like a fully featured like modern kitchen. Everything is metal, everything is clean, like everything is super like super like, I don't want to say futuristic, because like, you know, it's sci-fi, but like in terms of like what is Wayfar, you would recognize this as like a ultra modern kitchen. And there's like 20-30 people just chilling in here. There's laughing, there's talking, and you realize that like the reason you haven't seen other staff is they're just all chilling in the kitchen having a good time. And some of them stop as you come in, and like, oh, like they, you know, they kind of hush a bit, and like one of the kitchen staff is like, oh, I'm sorry, were we making too much noise?
So Harker's just in there partying with the staff.
I mean, that's what he's going to try to do is, you know, put them at ease and see if he can't just join them and, you know, socialize in a casual fashion. Maybe use his charm. Although usually that doesn't work out super well for him.
Well, I mean, he walks in and he's greeted with, "Oh, I'm sorry, were we making too much noise?"
He says, not at all. Would it be a burden if I joined you?
They kind of look around. You know, some of the other people in the back have like, you know, gotten up and like kind of shuffled off, like to pretend that they're going back to work. And you know, the person who had greeted Harker is just like, I yeah, sure, yeah, it's fine. Do you want anything? Can we get you something?
What are they having?
So there's sort of like a tray out, and it looks like they just put together some sandwiches, and there's just like a picture of like juice of some sort.
He would kind of sort of put up a hand, you know, defensively, like, no, like, I don't want to make you have to stop having fun just for my account, you know. Whatever you're having would be fine if you have enough to spare.
They kind of look around and like, yeah, there's plenty. You have to help yourself.
So he does, and he tries to like chat with them a bit and just kind of ask them like what their names are and how long they've been there. Not in like an interrogation fashion, just like trying to make small talk and
So
be
you
charming.
grab yourself a sandwich. You have come to realize that the sandwich itself is actually fairly modest. It is barely what you would consider a sandwich, right? Like it is some sort of like cheap meat, and like the bread seems to be like, you know, homemade. So they probably baked themselves a loaf, and there's not too much in the way of trim, like filling. Um, you suspect that like because there isn't someone like actively here, they're just like using their wages to pull together for meals. Um, you do, however, pour yourself some drink, and you become very aware that like it is technically juice. There's also a whole lot of alcohol in it. Like you pour it and it smells of alcohol.
He doesn't say anything about juice yet because he doesn't want to freaking. I mean, he's kind of like used to this. I mean, because he used to kind of make a habit of like he made really sort of good friends and confidence with a lot of the stuff that used to work for his family, and he would tend to like steal away to the kitchen to hang out or cause mischief. So, but he's also very aware that like right now, as far as they're aware, he's a guest of Barnett. And they don't know him. So he's just kind of making small talk to kind of keep the tone easy and like he doesn't want to like cause alarm, but he just wants to like I don't know. So like he'll ask them what their names are, how long they've been there. But the first thing he says is he asks who made the bread because it's delicious.
So you get talking, and they introduce you to this woman. Her name is Lila, and she's been working there for about 5 years. She's the on-site baker, and they go around the room, they introduce themselves. They've all been working here for a varying length of time. The newest person has only been there for about a year. He was hired on to replace somebody that had retired. Um, the oldest person there has been there for about 10 years. Most of them have been hired on when Barnett built the property. And for the most part, they live on this estate and they work here. They're like full-time staff. And their job is basically to just like keep the estate in good condition. There's about 5 groundskeepers. Given the size of the property, it's kind of needed. There's actually a full-time kitchen staff here, even though it's not needed. Barnett has just simply chosen to keep them on full-time. Generally speaking, on this plant, the way it tends to work is that there's a couple of groundskeepers, and then like the rest of the staff are just hired on a temporary basis. Barnett has simply just decided he's going to pay full-time to keep everybody there, and they all live there. For the most part, they seem okay with him. He has chosen to give them the opportunity to live and work on, kind of a paradise.
So he doesn't flat out ask them what they think of Barnett because that would seem like it was fishing. But he does kind of like maybe could I do a read the situation as he's like talking to them just to kind of get a sense of
Sure.
their morale.
Go for it.
Hello.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Did that not go through? I was gonna say, yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay. Roll the light. Not great.
No. So yeah. You do get like responses. Like generally speaking, everyone there is pretty happy. To be expected, considering that they're being paid to do very little. Uh, you do get a few people that get a little suspicious of you though. Like, as you're talking, like, you do notice that some more people tend to just like leave the room as the conversation's going on, but for the most part, they're mostly agreeable to talking with you.
So he changes the subject, like away from Barnett because he doesn't want to seem like he's grilling them, and he just asks, so who's the best person to ask if for a midnight snack?
Well, see,
He's
that
kind of
that
like,
starts a whole
teasingly.
conversation, and there's several debates because there's about 6 chefs of varying expertise, and that starts a little bit of a spirited debate that lasts for quite a while. So while you're sitting there listening to that conversation, Al and Romy, what are you doing down at the beach?
Planning our fire festival.
Al is trying to explain why this would be a bad idea. He doesn't realize there's a full kitchen staff up here yet, so he's like, "What are we gonna do? Make like cheese sandwiches or something?"
They said
Like-
that they'd pay for everything and get us whatever we needed. We're good. We just need to set the ticket price.
I don't think they're gonna pay for this.
How much would you pay for this?
Like, to host a whole bunch of people, or just to
No.
be here?
Oh, I thought you meant the ticket people. I meant for the people coming. They don't. It's just they don't have to know we're charging people.
I mean,
Uh,
that that kind of would spread, I would imagine. Like, that's not a subtle thing.
Well, we're not charging them to come to the party. We're taking donations.
Yeah,
They're
don't know.
buying they're buying the peanuts, not the beer.
so
I'll
Al just
take
looks around and goes,
bad plans for 1,000, Alex.
Al just goes, "I don't think we're gonna even be here long enough to really hash this out. Plus, we have to meet with, the Duke and all that. So, like, what? You want to plan this and then go do our meeting, then come back here and throw a big festival and invite everybody on the island or planet or whatever?"
I guess. I mean, if you're already on the planet, it doesn't matter. We'll have to figure it out. We're gonna come back and do this, since it takes people 2 months to get here.
I mean,
Al sighs
that's
and
only
goes,
specifically from Wayfar.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll invite all the people that are closer, but not on the island. Because if you're already on the island, what's the point of coming to the island?
well, like, Al's deeply confused by the concept, by the way, of like a party. Because he's had gatherings, where people have just, where people have done stuff, like play games or whatever, but he can't fathom being able to fill this space with people and have it not turn into an all-out fist fight.
I mean, if they
Because
want to fight,
that's, huh?
if they want to fight, that's fine with me.
Al looks around and goes, "Could we host a fight?"
Oh
I
my
don't see why
god, you
not.
two are not allowed to spend time with each other anymore.
I don't see why not. Or do you know, is there anybody having any elections? We can do like a political fundraiser.
I was like, "I think there's one in 2 days, but we're a little bit short on that one."
I hate you all.
I don't know. It seems a shame to have all of this and not profit off of it somehow.
Al shakes his head and goes, "If there was a way to profit off of this, I don't think we two are the best to plan it out."
Hey, I planned my sister's. I don't remember what
Quinceañera?
it was. Yeah,
Mm.
there you go. It was something, and it went relatively okay.
What's your definition of relatively okay?
Nobody died, and it was a fun
Only a
time had
couple
by
of things
many.
caught
That's
on
what you start
fire.
with. Nobody died.
I mean, you're supposed to light the cake on fire.
Al Al just looks at Romy because Al, again, no concept of birthday cake or candles. So
Hey, if you
in his
if you wanna-
mind, he's just
Like,
seeing
you
a
lit
cake
food
on
on fire? Like, what the hell?
if you want a boxing match, we can do that. I don't care.
Al shrugs and goes, I mean, it would probably liven this place up. It seems like folks here just kind of exist, which is. Al shivers a little bit and goes, weird.
Let's tell Jeeves to put us together a boxing ring, and we'll throw a match, and they can bet. And you saw how they were betting. We could make some money off of this. And that was just at dice.
Al nods and puts it in the back of his mind and goes, all right, maybe we can think about this, but for now we do have a mission. So why don't we just go put our toes in the small rocks by the beach, whatever that is.
Sand.
Sand. Like what they put on paper?
No, kind of like that stuff you fell through when we were looking for worms. Just bigger.
Yeah, I'm
This
pretty
is
sure
much-
being on Wayfar, you should know what sand is. Like that
I mean,
shouldn't
I
be
feel
a
like
foreign
that
concept.
might. I feel like
I guess,
that
yeah, I
is
should know
a-
what sand
that
is.
is like more. I always imagined Wayfell to be more like the
Like dust.
like not dust, but like the
Like
red
dry
sand.
crap,
sort of
Yeah.
like dry cracked earth. No, I get that, but like he should still have an
It's still
understanding
sand.
of what sand is.
Well, like this would be just a different. Like he might not realize that like white soft beach sand is like
Yeah,
the
it's a different
same
thing.
exact.
But, well, yeah,
Thing.
but
It is
like,
like tiny rocks.
this
So
is
he would know what sand is.
this is
It's just a
weird
question of, like,
sand.
It doesn't look like sand. Yeah.
This
Like,
is
That's why
weird
he's
sand,
not
yes.
quite sure.
Like he should have a
This is like
concept
honey
of what
sand.
sand is at least still. Like this is weird sand, but like, oh, this is just sand.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
just
like,
weird
like
sand.
the idea of building like a sandcastle would
Then
blow
let's-
his mind.
let's retract the statement, go back, and let's call it
We need to
softer
figure-
than normal sand.
There we go.
Honey sand.
And we have to figure out a name for our fight. A catchy name like
We're
Rumble
just,
and the Small Stones or something.
we're just gonna cut that conversation and let you do that one, and then
Was
we'll
that a
just,
fade to black moment?
we're just gonna move back over to the library study as
You
Cat's
hear Romy. You just hear Romy yell, "Jeeves!" Real loud.
this is Cat's looking through the directory, looking for shops and things. What are you doing other than looking for shops?
I mean, she's kind of just like browsing to see like what the sort of like. She's just looking for, like the names of things and figuring out what they're doing to get the sort of idea of what the economy of the planet is, and like obviously like, the tourists coming and they're doing their thing, but like she's really curious if anyone like genuinely like if there is like a poor section of the planet or whatever, like.
So
'Cause
you
the stuff that's,
recognize
like all the stuff that's just brought on.
so you recognize that there are basically a disproportionate number of shops on the directory are boutiques. You do notice that there's a few restaurant like food, like there's like supplies or like food supplies, like so like restaurant supplies, blah blah blah. There's a few listings for like vehicles, vehicle repair, parts repair. Like there's a small percentage of just like normal people shops.
Yeah.
Things for just like clothiers that are not boutiques. Grocery stores that aren't like bulk restaurant party supplies. Things that aren't like super specialized, like pastiers and like the best restaurants and blah 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 blah. Like there, you do notice that there's a trend that there is a single like kind of like out of the way like hub that's sort of where the normal people live. Like there's a housing district, there's sort of like a shopping center, And then like in the housing district, there are like a small scattering of like footnote mentioned shops. You are aware that Barnett has probably kept a better directory than what you suspect is like the public facing planetary directory.
Mm-hmm.
So like he's got notes of like small shops that like are good for getting certain types of things that wouldn't be stocked by like the fancy clientele.
Which makes sense if he's going for the Earth vibe. Because he would need specialized.
Right.
Like, specialized in the sense of, like, this person knows how to do just normal crap, not. Which is specialized on a planet like this.
Yeah. So, like, the attendant is correct. The vast majority of the shops on this planet are mostly about fancy clothes, fancy jewelry, fancy vehicles, fancy electronics, fancy stuff. Like it is offering you the expensive version of like the best version of
Right.
X. Um,
Mhm.
there are maybe like a handful of just like normal people shops. They're mostly relegated to the residential district, which you notice isn't even marked like on the main map. It's sort of tucked away, like out of the way inside of like one of the mountains basically. Like they don't even like they're not publicly facing like the sunlight. Like they're not an exposed area. They probably are living in like artificial sunlight. Which is probably not a big deal since they're probably not in there most of the time anyway, but like, you know, it is kind of a crappy situation to live.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, the vast majority of the shops are like boutiques. They're all super specialized. You know, I need to buy the fanciest TV. I need to buy the fanciest car. I need to have the fanciest, most up to date fashion.
Yeah.
So,
So,
yeah, if you're looking for, you know, like a knickknack to bring back, probably not one of those shops.
yeah, no, not one of the pricey. She would get probably on the comms just to the rest of the team and be like, "Hey guys, I found the sane part of the planet. I'm gonna go check that out." Like anyone is free to join me if they want, but
Al looks at Romy and goes, "Do you want to just hang out here, or do you want to head over that way?"
Let's go see the normies. And what do you think about the Fuhrer in the Magipore? No, that doesn't work. I'm gonna keep thinking on it.
Wait, you think on it before you say it? That hasn't been my experience
No,
with Romy
she's
so
she's
thinking on
far.
trying
it
to make
after she said
money.
it.
So
She said it, and then she's like, "No."
It is not my experience that Romy thinks about things before she says them.
Oh, she's got
considering
like
what she said, that's
Kat said she's got the gears grinding for this one.
money. When it's a con, totally.
Yep.
Harker, I imagine, is perfectly okay just chilling with the staff in the kitchen.
But this is like a whole city full of
Probably.
staff.
I mean, if she's heading out by herself, or even if the whole team is going, then he'd probably like politely excuse himself.
Yeah, it's a team outing.
But say that he might just stop by and stop back by for more of that bread, and then he'll head out to find them.
Okay. So you guys gather up. Presumably, you talk to the attendant and inform him that you need a ride into town, as it were. He seems a
A
little
low key ride.
confused about where you want to go, and he's just like, "Do you just want me to send an attendant to go pick up whatever you need?"
Cat's just
No.
gonna kind of give him a bland look and like, we're being eccentric.
And we need your attendant to set up a boxing ring on the beach. And find us
And now
props.
Cat's just gonna stare at Al. What the hell were you guys talking about down there?
Al looks at her and goes, so maybe we could potentially, if we have enough time here, have some fun?
What does that have to
He
do with
says,
a boxing ring?
The
You know.
confrontation while you're on vacation.
The cat just looks outright
Oh, Lord.
horrified.
Al
More
just
like,
nods and goes, sounds fun to me.
more like come for vacation, leave on probation.
Al just looks at Al thinks about, he starts to say, I'm sure it'll all be above board, and then he looks at Romy and goes, maybe it was a bad idea.
No.
It was a bad idea.
You don't even know what it is.
It was a bad idea.
The
Yeah, no,
attendant is listening to this conversation, and he just has the most mortified look on his face.
Oh, like he doesn't have people there who like do weird hunting and
I feel
other
like
games
this is
for
a planet
sport.
where like they totally have orgy parties. I don't like think like a fight party is the most scandalous thing.
The melee on the quay.
Listen, the issue isn't what do other people do on the planet. The issue is this is Barnett's attendant.
That's true. So Cass is gonna go like, no, we are not throwing a party.
It's not a party.
This is our boss's estate, and I am not going to get in more trouble with him because you want to try to con people. So, no.
I'm not conning anybody. It's just a little tussle.
Then go convince another estate to hold it. I don't care what you do. Go convince another estate.
Okay.
Like, she's totally fine. She just sicked Romy on the rest of the planet.
The breach on the beach.
Al is silent, realizing that maybe, just
He
maybe, he shouldn't have agreed with Romy.
Too late now. The deed is done.
Like, Kat just gives the assistant another, like, I'm sorry, she's an idiot look.
So yeah.
But you know, the only reason she's on our team is because Barnett put her there, so...
He's still mortified. He
So
doesn't
yeah,
get
we need
you
a
the
boxing
ride.
ring. Boxing ring.
You get sort of like a low-key vehicle. And you guys do make your way to what's basically just like the housing district. It is indeed tucked away, like sort of off the path from the main landing strip. Inside of one of the mountains, sort of. You do realize that they're not actually underground. They're actually tucked away inside of like sort of its own enclosed valley area. So like they are exposed to the sun. It is just surrounded on all sides by like mountain. It kind of hides like the small city that they're in from the rest of like the planet. It's actually kind of cool. It's just like a city surrounded on all sides by like artificially made like jungle mountain.
Kat's gonna, like, instantly get, like, more relaxed. This area. Like, it's still new and, like, cool looking, but... more her understanding of.
Romy just gasps and says, "The war on the shore. I got it." That's
Cat
what we're
gives
calling it.
Al a dark look for having apparently encouraged the
Al looks at Romy and goes, "Maybe we can plan it for the
The
next
war
trip.
on the shore.
For
The war on the
maybe the
shore.
next trip."
War on the shore.
Al goes, "Yeah, but who's gonna fight?"
We'll find someone among these normies.
Well, I mean, or you could put up your own
I'll
strength
fight.
against mine.
All right.
I feel like
All right, there we
Harker
go.
immediately regrets tagging along to this.
No, because Cat is officially clinging to Harker's arm and like trying to pull him ahead and like pretend like she's not even a part of this.
He had offers of food back in the kitchen.
She will buy him food.
But now Romy needs to figure out a name for herself and, well, she already got the name for the event.
So you as you walk your way around this small city, which is weird, right? Like physically, the amount of space that this place takes is like a town, but it's built like a modern conventional city. Um, so like there are what you could best describe as like small restaurants, a few supply stores here and there, a couple of grocery stores that are really more like bodegas than like proper grocery stores. You come to realize that like in a far corner there's like farms, so like some of the food is actually locally raised and grown here. Um, there are like people roaming the streets, just relaxing. You see some kids here and there. Um, what specifically were you looking for?
Boxers.
I know what you're looking for. I'm not asking you.
Cat is kind of just like looking for like you said, like a trinket shop or like a like just like a even like a stall or something that just like sells like they could even like use stuff from like the jungle around them to make jewelry,
It's a little mom and pop type.
And just like yeah, like something that would be like they're just using what's available as jewelry or whatever, like
There isn't anything quite like that. One of the side effects of most of the population being workers like on this planet is that like if you live here, you probably have a job, and that job is probably working here on this planet. So like it's not exactly a tourism planet,
right, but I'm not saying like
No,
tourist
no,
type
I
thing.
get that, but like one of the side effects of that is right, like they don't terribly want for things, so things that are here are more like the average
Just like,
person wants. So it's like cheaper jewelry, cheaper clothing, like regular people fashion. So like the closest
Well,
that
I
you
mean,
can get, there is like a small like kind of like a kitschy kind of like boutique where it's just like
yeah,
a
there's
general
always like local
purpose.
artisans who like even if it's like a grandmother who's like
So there
selling
Yeah.
like
you do stumble upon like a small shop. It is like kind of what you're looking for. It's like a general like clothing and apparel shop. Um, it is sort of like that hole in the wall kind of store where it's just like regular
yeah.
clothes, like some jewelry, some things like that.
what's it called?
It is actually kind of tongue in cheek. It is just boutique.
Boo.
Um,
Boutique.
because like Kat is the only one that realizes this, but like none of the boutique shops were ever called that. They all had like these fancy, ridiculous names, like
Yeah.
advertising like who they are. Like they were always putting their name forward, their brand forward. This shop is just boutique. There is no like prestige. There's no pretension. It is just
Like-
boutique.
And like the people in the village, the town or whatever, we're going to the boutique, and just like be amused by them.
It's like the bar called the library.
But yeah, it is just sort of like it is genuinely just like a small boutique, but without the like over the top grandiose like nonsense that comes with everything else on this planet.
Well, Kat would head directly to that, and she probably still has like an iron grip on Hako's arm because she just like is trying so hard to not reach back and hit Romy. So
I guess Harker kind of just goes with Cat.
Romy wants to use word on the street to see if there's anybody itching for a fight.
I'll save you a roll. No. Yeah, just no.
Just no.
Yeah, just no.
She assures Al that he shouldn't be discouraged, that they'll figure it out.
Al is just trying to backpedal more, and he's like, "Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe it's just not the right time. We'll figure something out eventually, but let's focus on other stuff right now."
We have the perfect name for it.
So you push open the door to boutique. You get the nice little like digital chime. There's a woman behind the counter. She kind of looks up and she's very polite. Just like offers you a nod and just allows you to look around.
Kat kind of is looking for like like bracelets, necklaces, whatever.
Yeah, so you step in, you look around. Immediately to your right by the counter that she's sitting at, like you see like it's a modestly sized like glass style like display. Just stretches out. There's a small selection of like jewelry and things there.
Kat kind of looks at Hoko and is like, "What do you think?" Because now he is a mess.
Are you,
Hoko.
are you looking for a real souvenir, or are you trying to be sarcastic and...
No, she would get a one.
Can you not hear me?
No, I couldn't.
I said he just kind of blinks at her at first, like, wait, what? Like, you want me to choose something?
She's like, "I thought you were the stylish one."
Harker says, I'm flattered.
Then be
Okay.
helpful.
And then he takes a closer look because he wasn't really paying attention.
So you take a look at this jewelry display, and two things strike you. There are two types of things sold in this display case. Half of the displays are very like plain, modest. They're just like simple chains and like bracelets and rings. Nothing too over the top. You do find that they're fairly affordable. And the other half, you notice, are trying real hard to look like they're very expensive and fancy. They're also cheap, but you come to realize that they're designed at like an initial first glance to look like they belong in the parties and things that the people who are working here probably intend. They're probably designed specifically to look like the like masterfully made, handcrafted, like whatever the other shops are probably selling as like for the rich people, like, look at this person, we got someone to make this by hand, it's a masterful art thing. But chances are they're
Mhm.
just like mass produced like schlock. um so that's largely what like the two halves sell. Like they're modest things that are probably like someone probably made them. There's a little bit more effort involved, but they're modestly priced. They don't do anything fancy. And then there's like mass produced wannabe like fancy jewelry.
Um, so he kind of like peruses for a while. Um, is there like a shop assistant nearby?
She's
It's
behind the counter.
yeah, it's the shop owner is like sitting behind the counter. Like it is a combination, like, checkout counter display case type thing. Like she's running the shop by herself basically.
Um, he says to Kat, "You know her better than I do," but he does point out, sort of in murmuring tones, like the differences between the two sets, and he kind of peruses the ones that are more um uniquely made rather than sort of the fake fancy ones.
She would kind of lean over and go like, "Yeah, if she wanted something that fancy, she would just arrange to get it. So there's no point in that." As in like the fake fancy stuff. She's, well, she would just steal that. So I don't I don't think we need to like get a fake fancy. So she's kind of like looking over the chains. And are there any like mixed metal ones made of different, multiple metals?
Not that you can see. Um, you kind of suspect that it has to do with what kind of materials that they readily have
Mhm.
available. Like there are a variety of different looking metals presented, but like generally speaking, it's like, you know, generally like one metal. Like it's like some look kind of gold, some are like probably not gold but look it, and then there's just a few like plain looking like silver-ish looking rings, metal rings, and things like that. It is to say that like the things that are on offering that are not like printed to look more fancy are very modest.
Mhm. Um, Cat would probably select just two different colors of chain, in the cheaper modest, the ones that are actually like more the handmaids.
Harker kind of like leans in a bit to murmur quietly once they're sort of out of earshot of the owner, um, and says, "Why not just try to hack something and get some sort of juicy information to bring back to her?"
She's like, if she wanted that, she would have got that by herself too.
And he says, like, "Why not like a fancy bottle of um, liquor of some kind that's only made here?"
Cat pauses and like, do you remember how much we're paid?
He points out that Barnett said all expenses were covered.
Like, she's like, yeah, he said that. However, while I believe he is telling the truth because he does not tend to lie, that does not mean there is not a trap in his words.
He said he covered the expenses, but not for how long they'd be covered.
Yeah, no, there was way too many loopholes in the way he phrased that for her to like be like. And then like, but then Kat kind of shrugs and goes like, "What's the point of getting something rich and expensive?"
Parker just kind of shrugs and says, "What's the point in getting jewelry?"
She's just like, "This is something I had to go out of my way to locate for her. It took time."
Parker kind of thinks about it, and then he just nods.
And she kind of gives him like a kind of half grin. She goes, "Time is the most expensive currency to a hacker. It's the only thing we can't make more of."
I don't know. I feel like that depends on what you're hacking.
I mean, obviously, but not really. Like, if you're running out of time on hacking something, you're running out of time. Like, you can stall, but that's about it. Basically, she's just saying that like it's the only thing that like effort and time are the only things that have any. At least to her, it's the only thing that has any when like for her, because like anyone can be rich and you can hack someone to get rich yourself. You can hack to get access to locations. You can hack to give, to get items from by arranging shipping manifests and stuff like that. But like you can't you can't create somebody else taking time and effort. So that's her meaning. She's being a little sappy, not that she would ever admit it.
Remy just asks the clerk which one of those is um the most like local feeling of the bunch. Which of them is made with local materials and stylistically local?
The woman behind the counter kind of looks at you like it's a weird question. She goes, I mean, I suppose any of these. And she gestures at the ones that like Harker was already kind of pointing to.
Yeah, but like which one specifically? There's a whole bunch of different stuff there. Do you have like any little tiny bottles on a chain or pieces of driftwood shaped into a...
Kat's gonna be browsing over the clothes while she's discussing this.
The woman at the counter kind of looks at you like you're confused, like she's confused. She's like, I don't. Just, it sounds like you're asking for like something you would get a child.
No, not necessarily.
Do there even be driftwood on this planet? Because like.
Yeah, I feel like children would be too loud for this planet.
No, I meant like driftwood.
Oh,
Like,
driftwood.
because wouldn't that have to be because essentially like.
I figure they probably imported some driftwood along with the birds just for some...
I mean, I
Some
feel like no.
local
I feel like
flair.
that is not like the ideal image of a beach. And like real driftwood is because like ships crashed and coming off other shores, but there aren't really other shores.
Yeah, everything on this planet's kind of engineered precision almost.
That's kind of just sad.
Like it's the perfect beach, the perfect jungle, the perfect mountain, the perfect
So it
view.
feels fake.
I mean, yeah, in a certain extent it does, but like a lot of like fancy beach resorts are all built like that. Like they're
Yeah.
artificial islands. Like they don't care about the authenticity, right? Like they're all about
It's like
catering to the
how if
illusion.
you actually tour any of those locations, you end up in the poor part of town that like no one can afford to live in. Like because like and they try to keep that out. Like that's not where tourists are supposed to go.
Yeah, it's behind the tall
Because, like, you know,
walls.
Like the
behind the
fantasy,
studio.
the fantasy ultimately is the nice pristine white sand beach, the fancy trees, the big, majestic mountains with like the greenery topping it, like the fancy waterfall, like everything here on this planet is 100% like engineered. Like they removed the natural species, they terraformed the planet. Like anything that's on this planet is either kept because it was, nice enough to keep, or it was imported or reshaped. Like this planet is 100% just like beach resort the planet.
Okay, Rumi gives up on her line of questioning and goes to look out the window and look for people that look like they could beat other people up.
So Kat would like, if she can, just locate like a simple like blouse and like a pair of slacks,
Yeah.
like, or just like, just nice. No, obviously not like top of the line, but nice.
I mean that is largely what this store sells, right? Like this is
Yeah.
just like that
Yeah.
that is absolutely well within the parameters of this boutique
Yeah.
shop.
Because like she figures she doesn't really have clothes with her, and
Yeah, you'll be here for a couple days, so like you
yeah,
need something that is not designed for the inhospitable radioactive wasteland of a planet that you came from.
exactly. Like, so she's just like, so she just buys, I feel like nice looking clothes. And
Yeah.
Probably does the same. Like looks for some couple of pairs of more like casual slacks and some loose shirts.
Ironically, you probably are dressed too warmly for this planet, right? Like, because if you're not in hospital waste, like it's hot during the day, but like when night rolls around, it is probably freezing on that planet. Whereas here, it's this nice, humid, temperate environment, like all the time.
Rumi's got her Hawaiian shirt on, so she's cool.
and because Kat is a smarta, she'd select a sort of like probably a dark purple like tie, because the boss can get a souvenir too from the poor side of town.
Sure, why not?
She doesn't like select a bad looking. It is actually classy looking. Like, that doesn't mean he would ever wear it, but it is actually like nice.
Yeah, so you buy your two different material chains, you get yourself some nice clothes, you buy yourself a gift for Barnett. It's a modest cost. Yeah, you walk in, you actually, when you get told how much it costs, you actually realize how different the economic situation in the Union is compared to Wayfar. Like you walk out, like you bought the change, bought the clothes, bought the gift. You maybe spent like 50 mana.
Is that a lot or not?
I think like Oz, we have a much higher economy because no one can afford to live. So
Uh, to buy like the comparable amount of stuff on Wayfar, add a couple of zeros.
yeah.
So when Rumi
It's
sees
like
that, she goes on a shopping spree.
Like you're all
Cat will.
using the same dollar, but on Wayfar, the value of that dollar is like nothing.
Well, it's like when, I don't know if Venezuela is better right now, but if you took our dollar to Venezuela,
No, it's not better. It was like that even when I went to Venezuela. I
yeah,
mean,
but like that's what I mean. Is like when you do that, like it's like,
because the people I was with, they were just buying gold jewelry left, right, and center because the dollar was worth so much there. I got a Swatch watch.
But yeah, so like being on Wayfar, you basically are paying like exorbitant taxation and fees because of the fact
Well-
that like everything there is just inconvenient.
It's like being in Alaska. How much stuff costs in Alaska just because it costs
Yeah,
so
there's like
much to
this
get it
mental
there.
note of clearly we need to back and find stuff, more stuff before we go back.
Yeah, the last 2 days. Forget the boxing match. We're just
Yeah,
going
now
shopping.
yes, we've succeeded.
Just buy stuff, bring it back, and then flip it for profit. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that is something Kat would actually be like, yeah, you can do that. I don't care if you do that. Like, go ahead.
Al would look and go, you know, I do have some extra mana from Mora. Genshin Impact
Wrong
time.
game, sir.
He's like, I did get a little extra money from mana from the dice game, so why don't we just load up on stuff we can definitely sell when we get back.
I bet we could take that cheap costume jewelry and make it look a little more believable too.
Al
Okay,
shrugs
that's
and
going
goes,
into illegal territory.
That's where
It's-
she treads best.
It's at that point that Cat walked out of the shop.
They're also
Like,
guys are
they've
bathing
got their
suit.
new clothes for the next couple days, and
Remy's already got like an
got a
armload
few
of clothes
outfits
and
and
she's
a
checking out.
yeah, like
bathing suit. For the
Kat
beach.
probably also like once she realized like the price, she probably also bought like a light dress and stuff like that. You know, so like
Remy's like literally
weather.
taking entire just like shelves of hangers off.
Yeah, that they walk out and act like they did not know what
It's like suddenly I feel rich on this planet. This is amazing.
I
This must be how the people who are on this planet feel.
And then no one explained economics to Romy.
I mean, you're also suddenly aware why Barnett probably has so much stuff on this planet if he's getting paid commensurate to him working on
Yeah.
Wayfar.
So even the rich side of town is pretty cheap.
Yeah, because like the value of mana
Yeah.
like doesn't go as far on Wayfar. So like, yeah, if you're rich on Wayfar, you're rich. But
It's
like,
too bad it takes half a year to get here and back.
it's only 2
It
months.
takes 2 months.
That's half a year to get here and back. Almost.
What?
Too bad it takes a third of a year to get here and back.
There you go. That math makes a little bit more sense.
Remy really had to concentrate on that one.
Yeah.
So like Kat's gonna kind of like glance at Hawko and she goes, "This is why money and expensive things don't matter."
Because you can always come someplace and get
It's always changing. You can never trust on money.
money's good.
Yeah, that's Romy's saying. She's talking to Hawko right now, okay?
Romy's butting in because that's what she does.
No, Romy is still in the shop. They left. They left because
No,
Romy was being embarrassing.
She's done. She's out with her 8 bags.
So
He just
Never know.
kind
Al's helping
of
to carry as well.
grins and agrees.
Yeah,
that
Al's
money,
just
money. He says money isn't worth as much as some people think it is.
Al
Kat
just
just kind of gives a laugh, and she's just like, I'm just used to the fact that if you care about money, you're probably going to be hitting a downfall.
Remy just goes, if you care about money, you're probably gonna be in the downfall.
And Kat's gonna casually reach back to trip Romy because she has all those bags.
So, anything else you guys want while you're in town?
Yeah, can we sell Romy?
No, there is no human slave
Tucker-
market on this planet. You're
They
looking
can't
for
afford
Definitely
Romy.
make sure.
you're looking for something a little bit more on the fringes of Union space there.
Ooh, we can throw a slave market.
No, not on this planet. This is the heart of Union space. That's illegal.
Yeah.
Well, we
That's
wouldn't call it
illegal.
that.
Is this legal? But yeah.
If you have to ask.
So yeah, you guys finish your little trip into town, and I presume you go back.
Yep.
All right. So you guys got the things that you wanted. You make a trip back. You get the opportunity to unwind a little bit before you have to go make your meeting with the Duke.
Kat's like taking full advantage of this like Earth theme, so she would have like located a room, taken like a long bath, an actual bath.
Oh, it's not just
And
Earth theme; it's Victorian theme. You bet there's a big
I know,
old bath.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like she's just like gonna go enjoy a bath.
Clawfoot tub.
Yeah, like just do the luxury thing, and
You feel
and
like
then
you're
like
living in a different part of history.
yes, and then she'll get up and like actually like really like meticulously fix her makeup again, and wear the newer clothes so that like she'll probably like wear the dress she got as opposed to no. So she's dressing up a bit. She's trying not to look as normal. Like her lipstick is more like a downplayed color and stuff like that because she does not want to necessarily look anything like any rumors that might have spread around about her in any union space. So, just in case there are any, she's deliberately downplaying those.
So when you take your bath, do you wash your hair?
I mean, yes.
You notice that while you're washing your hair, you pull out what appears to be some sort of like spy bug on the top of your head.
Paul! I knew it.
Is it Slice?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, she patted your head.
Yep.
Damn it.
She just looked like a little like irked, but then she would actually just squeeze her fingers. Like she would actually just like crush bug.
I'm sure someone's disappointed in you.
That she's not allowed to keep spying,
She just wanted
and
to
like
know what was going on.
she would probably like uh she'd send like a message through her tablet and be like just like if you want to know what's going on, just look through my tablet, not my hair. It's creepy.
What if the albatross just plucked you off his head and crushed you?
You don't get a response to that, but that's not unusual.
Yeah, no, she didn't expect a response.
So I assume everyone gets themselves ready for the meeting. Some of you more than others. Like I suspect Romy's just wearing exactly what she's been wearing the entire day.
Pretty much, but she put on one of her gaudy necklaces that she got.
Sure.
Actually went for a swim on the beach first.
You find that the water of that beach is like the perfect temperature for swimming. They are somehow regulating the temperature of those waters.
So it's basically
Um,
just like a man. We hate having this.
He he's just taking his time enjoying actually being able to swim because it's not really something you can do much on Wayfire.
Yeah, it certainly is not. If there's any
Um,
bodies of water on that planet, you probably don't want to go near them.
Yep.
but he does. So he does, at least take like a quick shower when he gets back in, and heads, gets himself ready in some like casual but nice.
So you guys gather up and you're greeted with the, flying limo effectively. And you guys are carted to, back to the central point of the planet. To one of the main habitation rings. And you guys are brought to something that kind of resembles a club. And I say kind of because it's actually sort of massive. It is kind of like a warehouse-sized structure that is a club located in one of the main districts. And
You're talking nightclub or golf club?
like nightclub.
Okay.
It is loud, it is over the top, and it is the exact kind of thing that you would expect from a guy who calls himself the Duke. And as you walk up to the club, you realize that the name of the club is Duke's. And you
Just
Duke's what?
Dukes?
Yes, it's just Duke's.
Oh.
And you're like, no, there's no way. That doesn't make sense. And two, how dumb is this? And then you realize that there's just a gigantic holographic picture of his head that flashes up behind the sign.
I mean, like, I feel like they spent all day with Romy, and I don't feel like they go like, no, how dumb was it? They're like, yeah, no.
And you are aware that this over-the-top nightclub is, in fact, owned by the Duke.
This is kind of what Romy envisioned for her party.
And as you walk in, you are surprised to find that, it's probably not as full as, the structure itself would be, but there's easily, 100, 150 people in here. They are mostly younger people, so it's most likely, the kids of the rich people that live here or come here. But, it's a fairly popular club. Given the size of the building, this is certainly not super great business. But considering, how many people are of the target, demographic of this planet, probably anyone who wants to go clubbing is here on this club. As you walk in, you realize that the music is loud. It is kind of obnoxious and kind of over the top. As you look around, it's got his face everywhere. His face, his mech, his accolades, they cover the walls.
But are they old pictures?
Yes, they are the Duke in his prime.
In his prime. That's what I was.
They are a testament to his crowning achievements of as a jockey, as a Lancer pilot. It is a testament to who he is in legend, right? And so you step into the club and you are immediately greeted by a man that you 100% recognize as the Duke. He looks a little older, but pretty fit, all things considered. He's got his arms wide and outspread, and he's just got this big smile on his face, and he goes, "Friends, welcome. This is Duke's. You're home away from home." And he is projecting loud enough that you can hear him over the sound of his club. And he comes over and he steps behind you all, and he does the whole cliche thing where he rallies you up, he puts his arms behind your back and pats you, and he guides you toward his VIP area, and he goes, come with me and let's talk."
Remy kind of winces and shrinks away from him being all handsy.
Al shakes his hand and tries to get a grip on him, basically. Like, what's the grip strength?
You-
How is this guy
You don't get a
be
handshake
himself?
because he does that thing about people who are way too friendly and like they get behind you and like they put their arm around your shoulders, but he tries to do this to like the whole group.
Oh dear God.
Yeah, he's one of those guys.
Al is uncomfortable, but at the same time, he needs to just chill.
Yeah,
Like, okay.
Remy's gone beyond shrinking away, and she kind of just wriggles out of the group hug and walks beside Al to the right of the whole conglomeration.
So
Kat's just sort of giving like a charming smile, and she's just going with it right now.
Yeah.
She's just full on charm and looking like she means no harm whatsoever.
I'm assuming Harker is kind of doing the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
so
was gonna lean over and whisper something to Kat, but then Duke grabbed them all, so he's refraining.
the Duke leads you all back, which is quite a feat given the size of this building. And he takes you to like, it's not quiet, right? Because it's a club. It's not really a quiet area, but it does take you sort of like a secluded area where it's a little more protected from the sound of like the DJ and everything. And he sits you down. You can tell it's like his private like VIP booth. And he sort of like saddles up, back to the wall. He kind of spreads like his arms out over the back of the like the booth seating. And he kind of looks at you and goes, "So how can the Duke help you today?"
Ugh.
Kat's just kind of like, she doesn't want to take the offensive yet, so she's letting. Probably like she kind of glances to Harker because like he's the smooth talker of the crew.
One would think, but
Well, just say it. Don't roll for charm. Just be charming.
oh yeah, sure. Harker sort of says, we came to hear all about your war stories. I hear they're very impressive.
Yeah, you freaking.
He kind of like chuckles and goes, "Ah, yes. You must be from Wayfar, right? Yes. That's correct. That's right. I remember now." You can tell that like he doesn't really know. He doesn't really remember. He just knows that he had to meet people, and like now he's just bragging. But he goes, "Ah, yes, of course. The Great War of Manning's Cross. I was a hero, you know." And he like reaches into his jacket and he pulls out like the signet that he's gotten, and he goes, "They call me the hero of the cross. You know, I saved your entire planet that day. Surely you've heard the stories of my countless victories, yes?"
Harker nods and says, a little, but there's nothing like hearing it directly from the man himself.
"Ah, yes. Of course. What kind of host would I be if I didn't regale you with my stories?"
Oh God.
Then Romy says, "The Romy wonders what kind of host wouldn't offer us drinks before you start regaling us."
He laughs and goes, "I like you. I see a lot
Me
of me
too.
in you."
Oh God.
Please don't.
And he slaps the table.
Oh.
And you know, he shouts for drinks. Like he just go like, and no one in particular, right? Like he tries to do the like Barnett thing to like summon drinks from like nothingness.
And it doesn't work.
But it doesn't quite work. Like, he has to yell real loud because he's in the club. There's lots of people. He's not anywhere near the bar. And he shouts a couple times before finally someone catches on and like arrives with drinks. You are offered what would generously be described as spirits. They are too sweet, too bright, and not enough alcohol. And he lifts one of the drinks.
That tracks.
And he toasts and he goes, "Yeah, yes, this is of my own design. Very popular here. Everyone loves it."
So this guy's as fake as the beach.
And he takes a sip of his drink. He puts on a great show of enjoying his beverage, which, if you drink it, tastes mostly of just like nondescript fruit and sugar. And he puts it down and he starts regaling you with stories of the Battle of Manning's Cross, which, as I've mentioned before, is sort of a misnomer because like it was never a single battle, right? Like it was a protracted multi-month siege. And, his stories basically start from the beginning about how he was this great lancer jockey. He was famous, and he felt inspired to do the right thing and put his tremendous skills to work. And how he would, go on the battlefield. He would save the day. He would prove to everyone what a great pilot he was. And, his stories go on about, like, all his many impressive victories, how he thwarted countless, threats to the safety of Eden, how, mission after mission, he would single-handedly, save his compatriots from ruin. As his tales go on, the stories get more and more elaborate. His victories get taller and taller tales. His accolades seem to just like pile on top of each other. You do notice a trend though, like as his stories go on, he stresses the gravity of like how each battle tested him and pushed him further and further to the limits, and how each encounter was more and more difficult. So by the time he reaches the final battle of Manning's Cross, when he's regaling the story
Romi's asleep.
of how he battled Masahiro Musashi. He's reached the point where like even in his storytelling, it's like, he was exhausted, he was pushed to his limits. Like the battle was uncertain. Like even he, as great as the Duke is,
Say it ain't so.
Kat incidentally has her tablet out, just kind of sitting casually there.
like
Because
Watching
she's
Netflix.
no. She's not. She's acting like she's paying attention, but it's as if she's like, as if she's just like recording it for posterity or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're playing the
so
the
like
reporter.
Yeah, the reporter role. But like, no, she mostly has it out just so that like Slice doesn't figure out some other way to hack into the room.
so
Just not trust it.
yeah. His story with the Musashi fight more or less lines up with the version that you've been told. He embellishes it a little bit, as storytellers do. And it does line up with the recorded like version of history, right? Like it was him, his team made up of Deadshot, Bulwark, Control, and Skirmish. And Control, he in all the stories that he's told, all of them were exceptional at what they did. Like Deadshot was like the best damn shot he's ever seen, better than anyone he ever fought in the circuit. Bulwark was like this indestructible wall. She would never move. She never gave an inch, never once. Control was like the best tactician he'd ever seen. She could save anybody at any time. And, Skirmish was like almost as good a pilot as I was. But damn if he wasn't the best swordsman I've ever seen. When it comes down to the final battle, the consistency of events is basically the same. The first person to fall was Control. He accuses Masamune Musashi of being a coward, sending people to take her out first because, without her, they would lose the tactician. The next one to fall was Deadshot because she was in the back line. Bulwark was run through by Musashi while she was being distracted by like a wave of his minions. Skirmish, as great a swordsman as he was, could not defeat the endless hordes that Musashi threw upon them. Duke, being the tactical genius, the ranged, ace that he was, he did everything he could to try to save them, but could not. So he took it upon himself, with his masterful piloting, to turn the tide of battle. He isolated Musashi by himself, where he thought he was safe behind his endless hordes. And, he fought him one-on-one combat, pushing back, those who would try to save their cowardly leader. And the last thing he did to end the war was he, basically blew up Musashi. Like that is his claim. Like he struck him down, bombarded him with a barrage of rockets, took him down, and with that, like his whole legion scattered, knowing that their great leader had been defeated. And like cowards that they are, they all ran and scattered to the winds.
Al pipes in and goes, "So, what happened after you took down Musashi? Did you what? Turn him in? Kill him? What?"
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, you can't really turn in someone who's been blown up. I'm sure.
Oh, here we go.
I'm sure you, as a Lancer pilot yourself, know explosives do a very good job of eliminating a threat, but they make a bit of a mess, and there's not much to arrest after that."
So, he didn't get away at all? No escape pod, nothing?
No, absolutely not. I made certain of it.
Clearly, we've seen a ghost.
Do you say that out loud?
Yes. Well, she probably mutters it under her breath.
So he probably doesn't hear that in the club then, maybe.
Hopefully.
If he does, he doesn't say anything.
Cat's just gonna like pipe up just. So how many times have you talked with Deadshot since? Like she's totally casual about it.
He kind of looks at you and is very confused, like, what do you mean?
Oh, well, we just talked to her. Well, technically it was 2 months ago. And I just thought you would have stayed in touch.
He's like, no, that is impossible. I
And
am
at
the
that
only
point-
survivor.
Kat would play the recording from Deadshot announcing herself at the scene. She did not. She actually probably did keep a recording of the conversation with Slice and Deadshot, but she's not gonna do that because that would implicate Slice. So
And he leans in and is like, no, that cannot be her. She died.
someone to read a situation on him. Is he telling the truth as far as he knows?
I'll read the situation.
You got it.
Yeah, say my read a situation is only +2.
I want to see if he.
I mean,
he's
mine's
lying.
+2 too, but I mean, I could try it.
I got
Over.
the +4.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
a +4 too.
Like all of us are just like staring at him.
Actually, no, I have a +4 on investigate, not read a situation.
It's a
Why? Why are my dice rolls just utter gutter
Yeah,
trash
no.
today?
Can all of us roll? Because I feel like all of us are trying to read
We're
this.
all staring at him.
Would investigate work?
I mean, I can
No.
roll, but that's up to the
no.
DM.
It would
so.
be read the situation.
Well, there's mine. There's cats. So
I'm not gonna bother because
So Al's just staring at him.
What about blow something up? I could blow
Staring
some
hard.
holes into his story.
no, cats is fine.
Yeah.
So you can tell that he's upset about something.
What color is this guy's skin? Kind of like an orangey hue? Because I'm getting some.
No, stop it. Even the Duke doesn't deserve that, so just leave that line of thought there. Okay, so he's upset about something.
Yes, that's the best that you can read from him. That he's upset about something. He's like, no, she's dead. I saw her die.
Cat's, gonna frown and go like, I know where this may not be what you would ever want to hear, but she's looking for the blade call now.
He
Oh,
shakes
no.
his head and he's like, no, cannot be her. It has to be somebody else.
Didn't you hear, Cat? I also died at the Battle of Manning Cross.
What?
It's just for me being a snot.
Asks, so during that battle, or during the time of that battle, they didn't have I'm not a history person, so just remind me. They didn't have like cloning back then established on Wayfar.
What Cat would have emailed him is that like they did absolutely have cloning, but the Blade Cult had attacked the Lancer Guild during that time and destroyed the Lancer's cloning facility.
Oh,
So anyone killed theoretically did not ever clone.
They didn't have like a backup cloning facility.
No.
You think that would be kind of.
Well, I mean, Slice just said earlier in a sort of patronizing way, like you have to realize that's a luxury.
I don't know how I feel about not having a backup. For
unless
our
they did
backup.
something
Well, you
where
better
you
hope
had
that it's.
some sort of backup.
I mean, Cat does. So.
As a point of like, as a point of like backlore, like, if you're in a union, like, yeah, absolutely, right? Like, there's systems in place, there's redundancies, because these are established core worlds. Wayfar is not an established core world; it is a developing colony that technically failed. It's supposed to be terraforming and repurposing an entire planet. There's literally only one city, and they have to import all of their infrastructure. So the destruction of a cloning facility during a protracted conflict would not allow them to get another system online during a battle.
Well, maybe if they put a little of their beach money on Wayfar, it could be a decent planet, but no, you have to get those extra rocks.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, that is. But yeah, so you do ask, he does make a point of explaining that, like, that was the whole point. Like, they gave their lives to end the battle before it got worse. That is why they are the heroes of the cross. He and every member of his team went in willing to sacrifice their lives. They could have retreated. They could have given up the planet. They could have, surrendered on the siege. But his team decided that they had the best shot at forming a counteroffensive. And, like, the 5 of them absolutely with no chance of like surviving if they died. Like there was zero chance of resurrection. There was zero chance of a successful cloning. Like they went into the middle of enemy lines and executed the plan to break up like the coordination and cohesion of the enemy force. Like whether or not you believe his stories, right?
Right.
Like whether or not you believe like how accurate any of those are, like absolutely the five of them went into a situation where there was no coming back if they failed.
Right. They genuinely were heroic. It's for the exact way he tells it is accurate.
But we can't tell if he knows that she's actually alive or not.
Right. All you know is that he is telling you that it cannot be her. He saw her die. He insists
And
that
he's
she's dead
upset.
and that he is upset.
So Kat kind of settles back because she's trying not to be like confrontational. It's like the issue is Musashi has been seen on Wayfar again, and for all we know, we haven't really had a chance to get in touch since it's been the 2 months of us here and I think 2 months back. We don't know how bad it's gotten, but he already had 12 bases the time we left, and we had someone who went by the name of Deadshot hired as a mercenary to kill us, and that was the recording that I played for you. And it is a 95% voice match to old recordings of her. And she had memories that would have been exclusive to Nerissa.
You see him get annoyed. And he shakes his head and goes, no. And he like turns to the side and like spits and goes, disrespectful. And he gets up and like he looks at you and he goes, cannot be. It must be a fake. It is
And like she kind of like
disrespectful to their sacrifice.
she's like,
And
well then, would you like to give us advice on how to prove she's a fake? Because I agree, what your teammates did was valiant and heroic, and I would like to preserve their memories, but we're having to deal with this now.
He pauses. He kind of strokes his beard in thought. And he looks at you and he goes, I will go.
Kat actually looks shocked by that. She's just like, wait, what?
He looks at you and he goes, I will go. I will prove. It cannot be. I will go and I will prove it myself.
Kat's like, Kat's mouth is just kind of open for a moment. She's like, okay, we can try to keep all of this quiet while you do that.
He laughs like a big, hearty laugh and goes, quiet! I am never quiet! I will
Kat
put
kind of,
on
like,
the biggest show that anyone has ever seen.
we have a venue if you need it.
Cat kind of looks at Romy and just like, oh, I see where he sees himself in you.
He like slaps his chest. He's like, I am the Duke. The world will hear me.
Cat's like, just like, okay, sounds good. I'm sure that is going to be impressive.
Which world are we talking here?
Way far. Do you actually ask that?
Yes.
He looks at you like you have two heads. He goes, way far, of
'Cause
course.
Because Remy's not very impressed if he makes it like magic horror or whatever this place is called. Because there's not that many people here.
He looks at you and he goes, way far, of course. Are you
Oh,
slow in
of
the head?
course. Of course.
But when he says slow in the head, like Cat goes, yeah, she is.
He shakes his head.
And then Remy goes, yes, he is. She's just going to start mocking.
He shakes his head. He goes, I will show the world. They will hear the Duke.
What are they going to hear exactly? What are you going to show them?
At this point, he is like gone. Like just he is just ranting now. And like he is talking like he's just like, I, Cornelia Augustus Michelangelo Donovan III, shall, and he's just like ranting. He's just going on about like he shall prove like he is the best, that he's the greatest, that they underestimate him, that none shall disgrace the memory of those that have perished.
I feel like we're kind of trying to not disgrace the memory. We're trying to figure something else.
Well, no, that's why he's saying that, like, he's gonna go prove it himself, so that.
Are we going to tell them about the other person he claims is dead?
There's no other person he claims is dead.
He said he blew up what's his cookies.
Didn't we already mention
Oh.
that we saw Masashi?
Yeah, well, Cat said Masashi's clicking on the, been on way far. But technically, nothing was stopping Masashi from cloning. So technically,
Yeah, true.
they don't have. Like, we don't know if the Blade Coat's cloning facilities were just fine.
Yeah, that's true.
So, like, we don't have to call him a liar on that one.
Yeah. Like all he just said is he blew up the mech and that would have killed the guy inside. Like that's it.
Yeah, we blew up Deadshot. Now just dead.
She was not in the mech, but
Also,
I
you
mean,
didn't
it's
blow
the
it up.
same thing.
You disabled it.
yeah, we did.
Oh yeah,
'Cause
and then we
We
carried
were
it
trying
home.
not to kill the person inside, actually.
Yeah.
Well, y'all were.
For once.
Remy was still pissed. She got shot at.
Yeah,
It was a sucker punch shot too.
But
it's almost like they're going into battle, and
They were out there looking at stuff, minding their own business, and shot in the face out of nowhere.
shot in the face.
but yes,
Get out of my head.
the Duke is just ranting now, and he is walking away from you ranting. Like he's just going on and on. You hear his name mentioned a lot. He's apparently gone from calling himself the Duke to Cornelia Augustus Michelangelo Donovan III.
Cat pauses and kind of looks at everyone else. She's like, "Does that mean we're done here? Like, do we just get to relax the next 2 days?"
Remy goes to the bar and tells whoever's behind the bar that she thinks they broke the Duke.
They'll be like, "No, this is normal." Like, I don't know what you.
You say that, and the actual response is like, eh, and like they're just like cleaning out a glass.
It's a living.
Is it an elephant cleaning out a glass?
No. But yeah, the Duke has just like ranted his way out of the building.
I mean, I
Remy
guess
said-
we accomplished what we came here to do.
No, Remy gets up on the table and says, "I'm the Duke now." Now that he's out of the club.
I just respect your club, Duke man.
Like Bobby Flay standing on a cutting board.
So, Kat would just kind of like idly send a message in Bernard's direction, probably to his secretary, like, apparently the Duke is gonna come to Wafer. That's what we succeeded at.
And he's raving mad.
He wants to prove that it's not Deadshot.
Even Romy thinks he's raving mad, and that's saying something.
That is actually a stark indicator.
Listen, no one offends Cornelia Augustus Michelangelo Donovan III.
Romy
I
did-
mean, Kat just figures he's rich and eccentric. Like, she's just like, whatever.
Considering who's on your team, like,
Yeah, she's just like,
Eh?
she's like, this is expected.
This is fine.
I'm just glad you can't blame Romy for this one.
I mean,
We'll find a way.
blamable. There's nothing to blame for. Like, what?
Well, somebody set him off, and it wasn't Romy. She just sat there. with
Yeah,
her
well, we
Kool-Aid.
wanted this. Well, we didn't know what we really wanted to do.
Yeah,
but, like,
that's why she
we-
was quiet. She had no idea why we were even here.
He said, call the Duke, and they
Romy-
were like, there's no reason he's going to take our calls, which maybe he would have now that they've met how eccentric he is.
Romy didn't even know why they were trying to call the Duke. She was just like, "Oh, Trip."
She's like, yeah, go ahead, put me to sleep for 2 months. I don't care.
I'll go on that mission that I know totally what's going on about.
Yeah.
No, like, but I mean, like, this is a result. It's a weird result, but it is a result.
Yeah, Remy's just really.
I mean, it indicates that, like, he honestly didn't know, so it's not like.
Did he though? Did he not know?
I don't think he wouldn't go to Wayfar to prove it if, like, he was like,
What is
nah,
he gonna
shit,
do?
she's really there.
Dig her bones up?
No, he said he's gonna put on a show, so he's probably gonna challenge the Blade Cone. We probably got him killed, but
Well, be a hero.
Listen, cloning
If anything,
still
we've
works.
got a fun NPC on our team for a next mech mission.
oh god. No, I don't want him on our team.
Can't wait to do some combo moves with that guy.
Like, he got his other team all killed in his own mind. So I don't. He doesn't even deny that bit.
It's gonna be like, oh no, Cat blew up. I must avenge her. And you're just like sitting there perfectly fine. And he's just raving on the battlefield. That's pretty much how it's gonna go, I think.
I mean, yeah.
I, Cornelius, what's his face, will avenge you.
Cornelia Augustus
Either he-
Michelangelo Donovan III.
Either he honestly believes that everybody else died,
Yeah, and he's
including
convinced
Deadshot.
of it because he's insane. Like,
or he's hardcore covering for those that quote unquote died but didn't.
yeah, but either way you cut it, it wouldn't be beneficial to the Blade Code for him to show up there.
He's probably outside right now telling everybody how we died in his bar.
They
no, but
couldn't
like, it wasn't
handle the
beneficial.
Duke.
Strong
Like,
drinks
he
and
was
passed out.
considered a hero, and now the Blade Code's causing problems again. So he was this massive hero against the Blade Code before. So, and if anything, it like heightens people's morale if then he was returning to Wayfar right now.
Until he opens his mouth.
No.
People
He's-
love an
I think-
eccentric hero.
Do they? though?
Yeah.
They really do.
Well, I guess they
You
did
know
have
when you
that.
talked about him looking orange earlier? And you still have to question this?
I mean, I guess 40%.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not fine.
No, it's not fine, but it's for us right now. The code of personality is very useful.
What was the name of that emperor of like San Francisco?
What?
Okay, so Cash just like so she sends that message to Anna to like give him the heads up that in like around 2 months' time.
Going to have a bigly visitor come through.
Oh. And then she's just like, are we done? Like, weirded out by this.
I mean, he's not in the building anymore and he's gone off, so you're at least done for the night.
Can
Yeah.
we still hear him ranting in the street?
No, because he's left the
can-
building.
Can they go to the bar and actually get decent drink?
I don't think they do those here.
You can. What'd you like?
She's just gonna get gin or whatever.
Absolutely, they have a gin equivalent.
They
Oh,
have
a gin.
one gin.
They have a gin equivalent.
Is it messed with by the Duke?
No.
Like, that's what she'd be like. She's like, is this normal?
No, it is.
It's like a
Duke's
gin.
crystal clear gin.
It is.
Just don't
It is the
the
closest
gin and
equivalency
tonic.
to like an Earth style gin.
Yes, she would. She would order one of those.
But it's spelled DJINN instead of.
No. It is
It's not
just,
good like that.
A bottle of spirits.
Yeah, even Ando's telling you to shut up now. So just
It is a beverage made off Earth that is the closest equivalent to like the Earth
yeah.
variant.
So it's not like the expensive witch gin of like
It's no
Like,
need
they're
to
getting
add,
3D
spoiled
printed
by.
juniper berries.
no need to add water to this gin.
But yes, it is an actual club with actual spirits that are not
Yeah,
all
no.
like invented by the Duke.
Yeah, no. So she's going to like get something that he did not tamper with.
Again, this is the Duke, and so like his drink is bright green, like his stupid like scarf.
Romy wants an apple teeny. She's gonna stick with the green.
I mean, you basically probably that's what you have.
That is
What I have is sugar water.
that is honestly like similar to what he gave you. He gave you
Except
like
I want it
a
to taste good.
crappy apple teeny.
I want a good apple teeny.
Sure.
Then we might have to go back to the house and the kitchen for that.
I would like to point out that like you are in a gaudy kind of crappy nightclub
Yeah, like
getting drinks when you also are staying in the house of a person who is like
right.
precision refined tastes.
Yeah, but that's just it. There's no way she's not going to get drinks when she goes back to the house.
She just needs one real
But-
badly right now.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
pre-gaming.
She's like, I just need something that isn't sugar water right now.
What exactly is he the Duke of?
That's his call sign.
Yeah.
Oh,
Everyone has a call sign. Whether you
Yeah.
choose to use one or not, like everyone has a call sign.
Which
Yeah.
is really bad about not using us. I mean, I think Hako uses his because I think that's all he's known as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
I think he
Chama.
switched it to Charmer.
I mean,
Oh.
I guess there's toucan. So that
Put only one of them in the mech,
yeah.
please.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we never say. I mean, but like the rest of us, what I mean is the rest of us aren't going like, oh no, Deadshot wouldn't do that. We're not going like that about like.
people don't even know Romy's, I bet.
Well, you've never used it.
Well, yeah.
Well, I don't know that like Cat's ever used hers. In terms of
I don't
battle.
think you have, because you've only
No.
ever used the name of your mech, not your call sign.
Yep. Yeah, no, she doesn't like because she did that. She just goes by Cat because like the names are so interchangeable. So she just doesn't care.
Yeah.
I like being confused every time you say roll me a die.
Why?
That's why I use Romy.
Okay.
Oh.
But
But yeah, like I mean, like she says owl. She doesn't call him toucan.
but generally you don't tend to use call signs in your squad unless people explicitly want to use the call sign. That's just how that works. Although when
It
you're
was
doing
nice.
like operations, then you tend to use call signs.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is that like in a battle you'd go like, toucan do this, but they don't. They're just like ow.
You guys are bad soldiers. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I mean, that's not a secret.
We'll have to practice if we're ever part of a bigger thing.
It's like,
Don't worry. You've been gone for 2 months. It's gonna be another 2 months before you get back. I'm sure.
yeah, there's gonna be bigger things.
I'm sure there's
It's gonna be
gonna
some
bigger
weird shit
things.
going down.
Yeah. It's gonna be real interesting when you get back.
Speaking of which, can we check the status of currently what's going on while we're here?
Yeah, like, can she? Like, yeah, like, Kat wants to check her network,
Yeah.
find out what shit has happened the last 2 months.
So, in 2 months' time, the Blade Cult has expanded operations, and Holland Industrial Logistics has rolled in, and they've basically taken over military operations on Wayfar. They've rolled in and incorporated into Eden's military force. So in the past 2 months, originally, like, the whole thing was like,
What's happened to the mining guild? Is it eliminated?
no. The mining guild currently has what you would call an unsteady truce with the government of Eden. They have not resolved peace, but they are now currently working together with Eden's government dealing with the Blade Cult, because the Blade Cult has started taking over towns.
So Eden, Holland, and the mining guild are all working together?
Yes,
Okay.
sort of.
In like a kind of weird truce thing. But
yeah,
Holland's
so
basically taking the reign.
yeah. Currently, the situation is that the mining guild has been granted temporary sovereignty over its established cities. So they're not disputing those claims for the time being. They're not explicitly recognizing them, right? Like, they're not being like, you own these, but they're like, you guys are tasked with keeping those steady. We'll provide you supplies to defend them, and we'll reinforce you if you need them. Just sort of as a way to better manage their resources. So, yes, they're sort of working together. No, they are not a cohesive alliance. The mining guild has sort of been like, the incident with the mining guild has been put on hold while grievances are being processed and looked into. In exchange, Eden government is actively supplying them with like supplies that they need to defend the territories, because it's cheaper to give them some supplies than to commit military forces. It hasn't reached full-on conflict yet. So, like, the Blade Cult is making, like, active attempts to seize property and territory, but it's not like a full outright war.
Mm-hmm. Like, everyone knows the war is coming. It has just not been announced.
Yeah, it hasn't boiled over to that point, but it is definitely escalating to that level. So that's a fun thing.
What if they looked at all into the Minus Hollow, Prospectus Hollow, rather?
So Prospectus Hollow is supplying Holland with a lot of the material that they need to reinforce their production. So currently, Prospectus Hollow is safe, relatively speaking, as it is providing a large amount of the planetary resources to Holland. Like, it's not they don't import. Like it's allowing them to like have like a planetary supply. It is a high threat location, but
Mhm.
currently it is stable.
But it's like something that Holland's determined to prove with it, so even though it's a high threat location.
Yeah.
Probably safer than 98% of the other high threat locations.
It is a supply line to dedicated resources that Holland otherwise wouldn't have on the planet. That is correct.
Yep. Okay. Trying to think if there's anything else that you should. Can you guys think of anything?
The moment.
Pretty much covers what Al would be interested in.
So like Kat would like kind of share that information on the screen. She's probably gone back to the Duke's booth right now since like it's there and she doesn't want to like she doesn't quite know the security protocols of the area yet, so she's more relying on being safe and just like kind of like using like the sort of noise that would already come from the club, you know, both technological and audio. So she would show them Leslie. She's like, it looks like Holland's getting the wish of lining up to take over.
Well, don't worry. Justin Barnett is going to get credited with summoning the Duke.
Yeah, no, that's what she figured. Like she was like, that's why she let him know so that he could stage it as he wanted to. She is aware of this, okay? So Kat kind of drums her fingers on the table and looks at others like, what is your impression of Barnett's estate? I think anyone
Al,
His house.
or just like anything about it.
and Al is just like, well, it's, you know, impressive, I guess. Seems a little overkill, especially because, you know, he is never here, but whatever. I'd have to wonder how he, you know, got it all, though. I mean, yeah, he works for Holland, but he must have called in some major favors or what, because I have never seen anything quite like this.
I mean, you have almost. You flew over a bunch of them on the way down.
Yeah, but I didn't know that they were, you know, domiciles like for a single person. I was like, cool, a whole bunch of towns
No,
or a whole bunch of like, you know, multifamily homes.
no, sir.
Didn't realize that it was this.
Yeah.
Coming from the guy whose mech is a house.
Yeah, I live. It's a mobile home of a mech.
Kat's gonna kind of look to Harker because she knows he like wandered around.
And Hooker says it's obvious that he has a very specific taste. He certainly knows how to show off for guests.
Kat says, well, judging from the assistant we talked to, it seems he's respected.
Harker nods and says, I'd have to agree.
She kind of drums her fingers on the table and takes a sip of her drink. It's like, you realize the way this is all setting up, we're basically playing Kingmaker when it comes to Barnett.
Playing what?
Kingmaker.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like he owes us another trip out here at some point after which we have come up
Well,
with
I'm
a
sure
plan.
if we actually get him in charge of an entire planet, we would win some favor. Yes.
It's like, here's the
Um.
planet. Okay, here's your complimentary gift basket. Have a nice day.
And so Cass just like kind of looking a bit moody. She's like, the thing is, I think if he runs it with the pragmatism that we've seen in Prospector's Hollow, and even in the way he functions with the estate, he might not even be the worst choice.
Al shrugs. Maybe.
Kat looks exasperated. She's like, guys, we have to make a choice. Whether we're a part of this or whether we get the hell out of this now.
Al just kind of looks at her and goes, I mean, we're in pretty deep at this point. Yeah?
She's like, we're in deep when we go back in the war zone.
Al nods. It's like, well, what are our other options really?
Like, Kat kind of just stares blankly at him, like, do I have to answer that? Like, I don't.
Al just kind of, looks up and goes, I mean, we're already, for lack of a better term, kind of, balls deep in this whole situation. I mean, we're probably going to be heading back into a war. And chances are, we're not really going to get a chance to, do much else other than fight when we get back. But I'm not really sure what else there is anymore at this point. It seems like things have escalated quite beyond our control.
Kat just, like, very, like, casually says, just because you slept with a woman once doesn't mean you have to sleep with her until you get her pregnant.
Or chokes on whatever he was drinking.
Romy looks really confused. She was only halfway following, and now she like perked up at that and was like,
It's like, I'm a little lost. What just happened?
yeah, seriously.
Is this about partying and drinking? Because I totally didn't
what-
party that hard.
What's in that gin that you got?
It's called a metaphor, Romy.
A metal what?
I mean, Harker's laughing. He's just also choking on his drink because he was laughing.
Then Cass was like, all I'm saying is that just because we've gotten in this situation doesn't mean we have to continue in this situation. But we're gonna have to make that decision quick.
I mean, which part of this decision means we get a giant piece of property to throw parties and boxing matches on?
The one that makes you super rich.
Al just
Cass
looks at
gonna-
her and goes, so I haven't gone into my past a lot, but I came from basically less than nothing, and it seems like we have a good chance to establish ourselves going along the path we're currently going and maybe make a name for ourselves. Maybe we won't ever be as popular as the Duke, but potentially we could do some real good. I understand though that also I've been kind of going against my own moral code because basically I'm helping a corporation take over an entire planet.
Yeah, it's
No,
gonna
that-
happen.
She's like, that's not basically what we're doing. That is exactly what we are doing.
Right. You know, when we talked to Kyle all those, it wasn't that long ago, was it? Technically, weeks
Well,
ago.
technically, it was months
yeah,
ago.
it's months ago. Months ago, technically, but to us, weeks. When we talked to Kyle back then, like, I had, you know, an idea of, you know, maybe this, you know, this guy is probably telling the truth. You know, this, you know, I don't really want to work for these guys anymore. And yeah, we kind of got fucked over when it came to the initial job, but I think we've been showing some value and we could stick with this plan, but you know, that's the thing is, you know, I've already started over so many times. I don't know how many more times I have it left in me to start over again. So, what's the plan? What do you think is the
I feel
plan
like
at
Kat
this
just
point?
kind of looks confused at that because like she does not even comprehend like the idea of like not starting over.
Yeah, and what
just
does
like-
that have to do with getting people pregnant? Romy is way out of this loop. She doesn't know what's going on.
Al looks at her and goes, I am not a planner. I am a loaded gun. You point me at something and
What does that have to do with getting people pregnant? Well, Romy does your answer.
Yeah. Well, no, Remy's starting to get it now. Loaded gun, pointed, got it.
yeah.
She's starting to see how this all comes together. Phrasing.
She's like, we don't like. Oh, are we talking about Al's love life? Okay.
Dear God, or lack thereof. But anyways, for Al's monologue, I guess, a short monologue, it's like, I'm a loaded gun. You know, I'm only as good as, you know, the plan, and I can't plan. You know, it just wasn't what I was. It's not what I've done in the past. I've had some, you know, ideas here and there, but I
mean,
don't really know what the long-term outlook is.
the boxing idea was pretty good.
That was pretty good. But what is dear God. So it wraps up with
Like Al's
basically
love life, this conversation has gone off the rails.
Waka waka. So he just looks at Kat and goes, look, over the past months that we've been working together, I've come to trust you with my life. So whatever you say goes. But just know that I am putting my full trust in you.
Kat's like, I'm not trying to tell anyone what to do right now. She's like, I'm trying to get a read on what you guys think because if and she's gonna sigh. She's like, I don't pretend to be a good person, but I'm normally not on the side of the corporations. Like that
Yeah,
has not typically been the role I've played.
It
So
finally clicked for Romy. She's like, "Oh, it's a moral thing. That's why I'm lost."
Oh God.
My moral
But she's gonna
compass
be like-
spins in circles.
This moral compass has no needle.
No need for a needle.
Yeah, just wherever the money is where the compass is theoretically supposed to.
I mean, if a corporation's gonna get whatever they want eventually, it may as well be one that we got our little feet dipped into a little bit.
Says someone who still owes a favor to another corporation.
Yeah, well, it's easier to give them a favor if I got money.
They don't want money.
Well, money can help me do things like boxing rings.
Is Romy actually saying this stuff?
Yeah, she's a little one-track mind right now.
She's like, and Slice calls me naive. And she's like, Chomo, what are you thinking?
Kind of says he thinks about it for a while. And then he kind of says, this is kind of the way that corporations work. And maybe the choice is you either go with it and become part of it, or you try to fight it. But it's hard, it's hard to tell which one is actually the losing side.
Kat's just gonna go like, look, maybe I am trying to morally justify everything we've done so far by viewing as like Barnett doesn't seem that bad as a leader, as someone who could be in charge. Like that maybe he's not gonna throw my planet to, I guess, the worm, since there are no dogs.
You can always steal some dogs from here, bring them back to Wayfar.
I mean, I was about to, earlier I almost used the phrase, you lie down with dogs and you get fleas. And I was like, she can't use that phrase. She can't use that phrase. She wouldn't know that phrase. And then, I was about to say throw to the dogs, and I'm like, why she can't use that phrase either?
Remy pipes up again. Then, so wait, we're worried about who's running Wayfar. Is that what we're talking about? That planet?
That's when she's gonna get a very steely look from Kat. The planet that I call home.
Well, yeah,
yes.
but we were just told it was worthless. She shuts up now.
Yeah, someone might want to step in. Because at this point, Al would see that Kat actually tenses and is rising to her feet.
Hey, if it's your planet, you make the decisions.
So if someone doesn't step in, this could be bad.
Al's just going to put a hand on Kat's shoulder and be like, it's not worth it right now.
I thought he was just going to say, it's Romy.
I mean, that means the same thing.
Hey, wait a minute. Romy somehow caught that thought, and she looks very nonplussed about it.
Kat kind of grits her teeth, and she's like, the reality is, I don't care about being remembered as a hero. I just don't want to be remembered as a traitor.
Well, who's remembered as a traitor? When the
The
winners
people who sold your planet out to a dictator.
Yeah, but who do you think's going to write that history?
That's a horrible argument for a history major. What the hell?
I mean, are you a traitor?
You act like that no one ever survives dictators to write histories about the people who screwed over the other people.
Well, not as long as they stay in power, I guess. So we'll just have to become mercenaries who make sure he stay in power.
Do we need to send you back to college? I don't...
Probably. It's been a while. Wait, no, I can't afford that. I'm already...
This is something that is, clearly, genuinely upsetting Kat, because Wayfarer is a planet. It's what she considers home. The closest thing she has to a home. And so she'll just say, I recognize I have a privilege that other people don't, in that I still have a home planet that I consider home. I don't want to be the one that ends up destroying that.
Al just says, then we really do need to figure out what it is we're doing when we get back, or even before we get back. So, how can we even begin to try to take down Holland currently, if we wanted to do that?
Cat's gonna bluntly go like, I don't know that we can take down Holland. I don't know that there's a point in fighting against Holland. They have everything set up. The question is whether we go back and benefit from it, or whether we don't. And she's like, and maybe that's just something I'm comfortable by, and everyone else is not. I don't. She's like, I'm gonna go for a walk. And that's when she's just gonna get up and like leave the club.
I mean, I would like to point out that this very serious, like, deeply intense conversation is going on in the background
Yeah, that
of like a bunch of people dancing and clubbing and having like the most like frivolous night of their lives.
yeah. I mean
It's
that's
better
kind of the
doing
point
it
though,
in-
is it's sort of like these are the kind of people that we're propping up right now. You know?
And it's better
so-
than doing it in his house where he might overhear us.
Or well, I mean it's like rude to be talking about whether a guy is a douchebag in his own house that he's letting you stay in.
Yeah, just do it while you're on the vacation in a club.
Well, we're in a club that belongs to a different dude who is yeah.
I'm just a dude playing a dude pretending to be another dude.
Listen, the
So like,
Duke
you know,
is a bro, man.
yeah, so like Kat doesn't feel guilty about discussing this and that. And he's not part of Holland, and he's not part of like, you know, like so it's like, and he takes the fact, like whether like it's just his ego or what, he takes the fact that like he's considered he saved that planet and blah 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 seriously. Like he considers that like something to brag about, you know?
I think he considers everything something to brag
Yeah,
about.
yes, but
He probably had waffles this morning, and if we asked him about it, he'd be all,
they were the best ones ever. I designed them myself.
Everyone
But yeah.
respects the Duke. Everyone looks up to the Duke.
But no, like it's that, you know, he talked about the sacrifice they made, and they really did enter the situation, like, as far as we know, making that sacrifice, and they were willing to die to protect Lefa, and they're just like they're in a situation right now, so that's what's affecting. So yeah, she just walked. You know, she's like, I'm going for a walk, and she just leaves.
Al decides to leave too, but doesn't follow. But before he leaves, he's like, do you guys want to get out of here? Kind of dejected. Thoughtful.
Remy shrugs.
Parker agrees. Yeah, he's like, I'm certainly done with this scene.
I mean, they didn't go there to party to begin with, so it's not like
Right.
You mean you didn't want to visit Duke's? The best club ever? It's certainly the best club on the planet.
Remy didn't want to, and then she saw his head outside, and she was kind of
it's the
into it.
only club on the planet.
Listen,
That's the only club.
whether or not it's the only club on the planet doesn't detract from the fact that it is the best club on the planet.
Well, I'm asking, is it the only club on the planet?
It is.
Okay.
Because rich people don't go clubbing. Not really.
Just their kids.
I
Yeah.
think rich people want to go slumming all the time.
Well, that's not really slumming if you're going to the rich people club.
Rich people who are like genuinely rich hang out with other rich people and talk about being rich. They don't like party in a club.
I have a kind of skewed idea of what witch people do there. I don't.
Now
I
Romy
don't-
wants to throw a symposium. She figures that'll get some people in.
Let's talk about how morally right it is that you are a witch. Charge tickets for that. Everyone would show up.
Listen, no one comes to the rich
Wait a
person
second.
like fantasy island paradise planet to go lock themselves in a dark cloud club.
Kat just gave Romy a great idea. She's going to start a religion for rich people who need to have moral.
You are
Come here,
rich.
be. You are
Therefore,
rich and you are
you
good.
are good. Why are you good? Because you can afford everything that you ever wanted.
Put money in this
The
plate.
universe wants you to be rich.
Are you feeling bad about being rich? Don't worry. Don't give to charity. Give to the church that gives back to you. You're just paying yourself. God,
And then
that
be cheap.
scam would work so well, too.
I mean, it does work in the real world. I don't.
Yeah,
It's
I
called,
mean,
it's
let's
called the
stop.
prosperity gospel.
Let's stop this Lancer stuff and just start scheming on this. We got to get this going.
Like we call it the prosperity gospel because it's the idea that that is drilled into some people that you have to give to the church and all that because God wants you to be rich. And if you have money, you are fulfilling God's purpose.
And it also lets
And
them
that's what it
act
teaches.
however they want all week.
Yeah.
As long as they
Like,
give
it's
some money
it's
to
a real thing. It is a popular thing.
the Church of Wayfar.
The Church of Wayfair.
It's not that far out there, is it?
I think we'd get sued
Yeah, a little bit.
if we did Wayfair.
But yeah.
Church of Overstock.
.com.
So, you guys have mostly wrapped up your session for the day, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, for once it was Cat storming out moodily.
So,
He has not done that.
obviously you didn't get a license level out of that.
We didn't get a license level for going shopping? What?
No, you did not.
Romy
What
had
about
some big
surviving the
ideas.
Duke?
Oh yeah, the Duke. I mean, he's undefeated.
We survived the Duke.
Did
and
you,
we
though?
didn't
Mentally, I'm still recovering from the Duke.
well, that's what I mean. Is like,
I
man, the
survived
amount
the
of
Duke,
grit
and all I got was his lousy drink.
we
So
drank,
lousy.
And
the
some cheap
crappy
clothes.
drink.
He didn't even say anything about Romy's statement necklace that she was wearing.
No, because it's not about the Duke.
Like, if you wore a necklace with the Duke's image on it, he would have said so.
I mean, it's shiny enough that he probably would have seen himself in it.
Although, I mean, maybe
Well,
you should
that's
have
why you
worn
reminded him.
a necklace with your face on it, so that you would have reminded you more of him. You'd be like, I also would wear a necklace
Oh,
with
yeah,
my face
that's-
on it. The
that's
Duke
Romy's-
approves.
That's Romy's goal in life, to get the Duke's approval.
I
Well,
mean,
now we found Romy's mentor.
he saw a little bit of himself in the way you were behaving, so take that as you will.
You can't use that sort of reverse psychology on Romy
I'm just
or
saying,
me.
the Duke approved of how you acted. So think real hard about how you're acting.
Nope.
Thinking. No.
Yeah, that sounds like something the Duke wouldn't do, so we won't do that. But yeah. So, you guys have 2 days on this planet. We're going to turn that into a downtime action. We'll worry about that for the next session. But you guys are gonna get a downtime action. What are you gonna do? 2 days on this planet, or anything that can take up to 2 months and 2 days to affect you on the other planet.
When Kat checked into her things, since 2 months had passed, is the assumption that it was doing okay, like her network?
Spy networks thrive in conflict.
Yeah, I know. So like,
So yes, you could absolutely use your downtime to improve your network.
I mean, like, I think that she's gonna be doing.
Either way, you don't have to worry about it right now. You can worry about it over the next 2 weeks. Speaking of, thanks to everybody who hung out. Anybody who's watching this on the VOD, because this is going up on the VOD eventually. Our next session will be in 2 weeks. So that will be the 15th of November.
If the boards.
Yeah, I was about to say it's going to be a very different place.
No, it won't. Regardless of whatever happens, it won't be that different.
Rain, snow, civil war, we'll still be here.
As long as
Like,
I got
I
power,
don't know
I'm
about
good.
you. I live in the freaking south. I don't.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
It's okay. We can blend in if we have to.
People like to talk big about
No,
the
we
crazy
just
things,
talked-
but
We just talked
be
about
okay.
morals and tyrants, and I'm not blending in.
it'll be
Live to
okay.
fight another day.
But yes, in 2 weeks will be our next session of Lancer. You have 2 weeks to figure out your downtime action. If you have any questions, guys, hit me up on Discord. I'd like to have them ready to go when we do the session. I'm not saying we've never done that where it was not ready to go, but be useful. Yes. Cough, cough. No one ever does that. But yeah, we're gonna wrap up, and we're not gonna do a raid today, so we're just gonna wrap it up. And I want to say thanks to everybody who came, everyone who hung out, anyone who just felt like just sitting and lurking. It's always appreciated. I hope you had fun. Anyone who's watching this later or has watched it now, if you like the content, feel free to stop by in the future. I'm going to stream this regardless of whether or not anybody watches it, but if you like it, we do it every other week, so come and enjoy. We would appreciate the company. We're all a little crazy.
Rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Ew. That's all I gotta say to that. Is just ew. If you can't catch the shows live, that's fine. The VODs are always available right away on Twitch. They're good for about 2-3 months, I think. I do upload them as is on YouTube. The 6-hour format, kind of super not popular on YouTube, but that's fine. If you want to catch them, they go on straight for archival purposes. It is just youtube.com/Seiji That is my channel. It matches this one, makes it real easy to find. 8-Bit Bistro stuff. We did one yesterday. The VOD's available now. That will also be uploaded. We shared spooky, scary stories for Halloween. It was a good time. If you missed it, please take a listen. The next one, I have no idea when it's going to be. I have no idea what the topic's going to be. I am unprepared. I ran out of topics. I only did 4 episodes. I got to get my act together. But we'd like to do those more often. I'll try to figure something out. Those tend to be on Saturdays. if I can get enough topics, if I can get enough people, I'd like to make that a regular thing. Don't know yet. Again, Lancer's every other Sunday, so it'll be the 15th, and then there's going to be one on the 29th. Most likely, I got to figure that out because of the whole Thanksgiving thing, but I'm pretty sure everyone here is good for one on the 29th.
Probably.
Okay.
Should be.
Okay. So yeah, we got 2 more sessions of Lancer this month. Story's gonna
think
get
it was-
real interesting real soon.
Did you just low key call us out on not having anybody to have Thanksgiving plans with?
Well, Thanksgiving isn't on the 29th. I just wasn't sure if everyone's gonna be recovered by the 29th.
I have a really long Thanksgiving.
I mean,
Lots to give thanks for.
sure. That is why I asked.
So you're gonna be bringing me food, right?
Sure. You
Okay.
want some delicata squash? It's really good.
No.
It's really good. I bet you'd like it.
Yeah, so Bit Bistro Live, uncertain. I'd like to do at least 1 or 2 more this month. That may not happen. We'll see. I gotta figure out guests and things. And it's generally rude to tell guests that I need them the day before or the week of. I'd like to do like 2 weeks notice at least, so we might only be able to squeeze 1 more of those in this month. We'll figure that out. But definitely 2 more episodes of Lancer this month. Other streaming, I don't know. People keep telling me to stream Phasmophobia. I don't really want to. But maybe I will because people keep asking me to.
It's entertaining to watch.
I don't consider myself entertaining to watch because I don't get scared. Instead, I treat it like a game where I don't want to lose. So I just try not to die. It's not because I'm scared of dying. It's because I don't want to lose the money. It's because I'm stingy.
Well, everybody else runs around pretending to be scared, and you guys are actually playing it.
Yeah.
The way I think it's supposed
Yeah, you
to
can
be
stay in the
played.
van, and the rest of us will be like, "Is that a fucking demon?"
I mean, I follow you guys around. I try to get into the spirit of things. I know
Walk
that the
away.
way I play is not
And you-
engaging.
You always say,
It is
"Do
very
you realize how big that
calculated.
place is?"
Yeah. The way I play is very calculated. It's very methodical. I walk in, I make a loop around the building with a thermometer. I open the door as a check. Up, there's a ghost. Great. I go back to the car. I get it. It's
So
a
you
very
play it like a spreadsheet.
Yes. That is how I tend to play games like that because I tend to minimize the risk of death by being as efficient as possible. And I know that's not interesting, but it's also because I'm not scared of ghosts. Because I've lived through far more terrifying things than video game ghosts.
All of them in the year 2020.
I think it's partly just turning off. I don't believe in ghosts, but it doesn't matter whether I believe in ghosts because in that game, the ghosts are there.
Yeah.
And they want to kill me.
No, I understand. Like, I get it. It's the unknown. It's like, it's a tangible unknown, right? Like, it's a thing you know is going to happen. You don't know when it's going to happen. It's frightening because it's like, it's a building tension. I understand why it's scary.
But I do get it because it's kind of systematic. Every game kind of unfolds the same way.
I am a boring math person. And boring math people do not get scared by boring math tasks. What is the most efficient way for me to go around the room and scan for the thing? I get it.
You see the patterns behind what's going on,
Yeah.
and it just makes it predictable. Yeah, I
Right.
get it.
So that doesn't scare me.
If you want to
and I
see,
play boring.
you mind if I do a little plug?
Go for it. Plug away, sir.
On Halloween, me and a bunch of friends played a little bit of Little Hope.
I saw.
And yeah, we have 2 hours on VOD over there if you want to check it out. We did movie night mode, which was interesting, and it's a fun game. If you want something more story driven than Phasmophobia, it's
me and Bray made a comment
good one.
about how that was not very good about keeping your social distancing. There's a bunch of people in close proximity on couches.
Yeah.
Sir. Tisk tisk.
We're all very, very quarantined individuals.
It's
And
that's
my
a violation of social distancing protocol, sir. Tisk tisk.
my plug
New
is
York know that.
Yeah.
I've been playing Watch Dogs Legion, and I'm not streaming it or putting it on online anywhere. So good game.
Thanks for the
Yeah.
plug for the game. I guess I don't know.
That's
Sure,
just
why
my
not?
rating. I give
Well,
it.
I
I give it
mean,
2
like I
thumbs
said,
up.
I was on 2 streams yesterday. I'm becoming a
Please note,
professional.
this stream is not sponsored by Ubisoft, and opinions represented here are purely those of
Hey,
the individual speaking.
I jumped off a building into the river, and it made the Assassin's Creed eagle noise when I jumped, and I was very happy about that. It pleased me. So 9.5 out of 10.
Again, these are not paid opinions, and these are purely the opinions of those speaking.
And he's not very good at the Assassin's Creed game. So I don't know why that made him happy.
I'm good at Assassin's Creed.
You still never finished 4.
Well, I didn't say I finished them. I'm good at them though.
Okay, so thanks everybody who
Point
came out
made.
today. If you're not following, follows are appreciated, but not necessary. We do stream these on a fairly regular cycle, so catch us if you feel like catching us. If you had fun, come next time. If you didn't, well, sorry, we weren't very entertaining. Sometimes we're a little boring. Sorry.
Hey,
I
I
am
thought we were pretty
amazing.
entertaining.
Either way, thanks for sticking around if you stuck around, and hopefully we'll catch you next time. Until then, though, stay safe and take care of yourselves.